Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's glad to have you here. It is the final day of the PUBG Charity Showdown. My name is Toppings, and I'll be helping you navigate your way through all of the action today as we go to the final 5 games to determine who hoists the check, the pride, and the big donation to the charity of their choice. I'll be joined along the way by some of the best and brightest stars that North American PUBG has to offer. But before we get there, we're going to have to go through things like the format, the schedule, the prize pool, so that you know what's coming. And I will say, Game 1 is not far off. For those of you who've been waiting and watching the countdown, I respect you being here. About 15 minutes or so until we get started. So just settle in, bear with me, and forgive the talking head because, well, it's what we like to do. Let's take a look at the format as we get this started today. Kicking it off right away. It's the final day of play for the schedule. Day 4, you can see it, the 24th. Not much else to tell you. 4 p.m. PDT, 10 minutes out. There it is. There on the right side, you're going to see the teams that are playing here today, the 8 invited teams on the left side and the qualified teams on the right. Currently, a qualified team is holding first, but an invited team is knocking on second. The overview for today is 3 games in the desert with 2 games of Erangel to finish it up. That's right, 3 matches on Miramar to start this thing off, and we're going to finish it where it all started on the sunny, beautiful decks of Erangel. Placement points are valuable, 10 for first place, but the kill point seems to be the decider as it comes to our teams this week. 1 point per kill. Let's look at the overall prize pool. $200,000 on the line, but it's a bit unique in this time around. Teams will compete for their share of the $100,000, but the winning team gets to donate $100,000 to the charity of their choice. That's a very big deal and a very big opportunity that a lot of these players, honestly, probably would never have gotten a chance to pursue. But they're also pursuing taking home the big prize themselves. Right now, it's STK out in front, looking to take home that $25,000 prize. But teams like Oath and Exodus have a lot to say about it and have no desire to let that money go away. Down 15th and 16th place, they still get a $1,000 consolation prize as well as that much coveted pat on the head from Matchroom. But it's not all just about me. I'm just walking you through this. I'm joined by some of the best analysts and casters in PUBG. 2 of them are here to start off the show today. It is none other than the Cammy D, my old partner in crime from NPL Season 1. I miss the desk, still do to this day. No one plays Jenga like you, my friend. And Clover, our newest addition to the team. She's been working her butt off for over the last couple of years. I'm glad to have you here. You've been doing a great job so far. Not only are you guys on desk today, but you'll be casting later as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's going to be a busy day for all of us today, and I'm looking forward to it as we wind down with some fantastic PUBG action that we have really been lucky to witness this weekend.
It has been good. A lot of hard shifts, though, Cameron. The circles have been a little bit wild.
they've been so weird. I only now realize that I've been the one casting every single Erangel match, but they still... I love it. Like, the lack of central circles on Erangel make the games very, very fun.
You are an Erangel expert, except for today. I think that you're gonna do some Miramar today, right?
Today. I'm expanding my horizons.
Bit of a mixed bag. All right, well, guys, here's a shout out for you all who are watching. You can use hashtag PCS Charity Showdown to share your favorite PUBG moments from day 4 or honestly the rest of the tournament so far. Follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram and get all of your PUBG news on na.pubgesports.com. Now, here's what I want to know. We're going to go over predictions from us later. Right now, I want to know, who do you think is going to come out here at the end of day 4 on top of the leaderboards? Is it STK? Is it Oath? Is it Zenith? Who could it be? Let us know in chat. Get on Twitter. Let us know there. Use hashtag PCS Charity Showdown to put up your predictions right now. All right, yesterday was an incredible day of PUBG. You guys got to see a little more Erangel than Miramar this time around, but there is maybe a little bit of acceleration. Teams did well on Miramar at the end of the day yesterday. You think they'll pull that into the start of today, Clover?
You know what? I think so. And there's some teams we've always said maybe perform better on one map, better than the other, but some of the things that have really stood out to me about the teams at the top of the leaderboard right now is their ability to perform well on both. So I wouldn't maybe give the map as much credit as we have been previously through this week. Right now, their current leaders, Shoot to Kill and Oath, tied for placement points because they're both just performing super well on Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, and Clover brings something up here. They're tied for placement points, but it really seems to me, Cameron, like kill points have been sort of the litmus test for this entire tournament. In fact, I think if I look at the board, they are literally ranked in order of highest to lowest kill points. And that's not always the case, is it, Cameron?
No, not always. It really does depend on a team's very specific playstyle, and it ultimately doesn't surprise me that Oath would be lagging behind Shoot to Kill in terms of kill points. SDK is a significantly more aggressive team. Oath is a more conservative, slow-paced team that goes all the way back to when Wolf was leading Endemic. And so it's basically an extension of that same playstyle that we've seen him lead throughout the past couple of years.
And kill points are going to matter. We saw multiple times yesterday where teams were actually tied up in placement points and sort of overall points as well, and that kill count does come into play. So teams are going to be looking to pick up those extra kills today to make sure that could be a difference between $10,000 and $15,000. That said, day 3 was a good one, Clover. Let's go back and look at day 3. Remember the hot moments that got those kill points on the board and helped get our teams in the position they're in. It's time for the highlights.
Highlights.
Oh, that was fun. That was actually a lot hyper than I expected it to be. Very exciting, guys. Cameron, Clover, we saw some really great moments coming into that yesterday, but we've really seen the cream rise to the top, if you will, in terms of the top 2 teams, SDK and Oath. Not a surprise. We'll go to leaderboards in just a minute. Can the other teams catch up at this point? How far off are they from really putting up a fight, Cameron?
They're a good day of games off. I think if you look down to the teams that actually have a chance, you're going to be looking down to the top 8. Maybe 9, but it will require good, consistent days. And so far, the only teams that we've really seen consistently even average games from are already in the top 4. So it's really a mixed bag at this point.
Fair enough. Clover, if you're on the bottom half of that leaderboard, not even the bottom half, the bottom 5, what's your mentality going in today? What are you looking to accomplish?
You know what? I think at this point, you're just going to play for leaderboard placement. There's payout for all 16 teams, but the higher you can climb up the leaderboard, the better the payout. I think the better clout. No one wants to be the worst team on here, but there's really no losers in this league. So if you're one of those teams near the bottom, just play for points, get yourself up a little bit higher, and try to bring home some extra for you and your guys.
Everyone drops out of the plane together, but let's see where they landed on the leaderboards at the end of the last day of play going into our day today. We talked about a little bit Shoot to Kill at 138, Oath at 132. Exodus is sort of below on a drop-off, but Cameron, it's only maybe 1 or 2 good games away from being back in the mix, and then another big shelf off down by Dodge. What's your take on this? Give me a quick one, and let's pass it over to Clover.
I mean, as I mentioned before, I wouldn't be surprised to see some big upsets. I think even down to the comments, they have a chance. And we have seen Oath have big old donut games multiple times before, but they're going to have good games themselves.
Clover, what are you looking at on this board right now?
I mean, I couldn't agree more. One of the things, too, that stands out right now, Sonics in 5th place, no chicken dinners just yet. They're struggling a little bit in placement points. I think if they could pull home 1 or 2 chicken dinners today, that might give them a chance to climb up to the top. But, I mean, really could say the same for any of these teams currently in 3rd through 7th place. 1, maybe 2 really good games, they could catch up easily.
Yeah, I'm really kind of frustrated by the bottom half of the leaderboard. It's actually making me angry that some of these teams have just been unable to put points on the board. Fabled has 2 chicken dinners. That's 2 wins, and they're still not pulling it off. Though based on the games yesterday, Cameron, tell me who your standout team was going into today.
I feel like it's the obvious choice, and because of that, I have to take it. It's got to be Shoot to Kill. Looking at yesterday, I think that is one of the largest, if not the largest, collection of points from a single game was Shoot to Kill yesterday. So they're absolutely the standout, and they are on a roll.
All right, Clover, if you had to pick an underdog team based on yesterday's performance to come out and surprise us today, who's your pick?
Oh, it's going to be Dodge, easily. I mean, this is a team that when they pop off, boy, are they good. I mean, yeah, shoot to kill, fantastic. Lots of kills, but this is a second team that I think has that throwables meta. We saw a really great play with Croc getting a squad wipe onto Livid yesterday, and I think if they could bring that again today, there is a chance that they could just clinch it and come back and surprise everybody.
They might be the underdogs. Cameron, who's the X Factor? Who's the wild card that could pull something completely out of the blue, or at least shake up the standings?
As far as being in contention for the top place, it's got to be the Sonics. As you mentioned, they're the only team on the left side of the leaderboard in the top 8 who don't have a single win yet. They started off this weekend slow, but they've gotten slowly better over time. If they can level it up and get 1 or 2 wins, I think there is a real shot for them to take it away from both SDK and Oath.
I can definitely agree with that. Clover, thoughts on Sonics?
No, I mean, I agree. This is a team that we have expressed frustration at, especially near the beginning, of underperforming. And if they can just have a good game, get 1 chicken dinner, something on the board, grow those placement points, that's going to look so good and healthy for them to maybe climb up into that top 3, maybe even that top spot if Shoot to Kill or Oath underperform today.
We'll see. I mean, they were my prediction for 2 days, but not anymore. And I'll tell you all about that change in just a minute or two. But that's really comes down to, and I want to touch back on the underdog team you brought up, Clover, Dodge. I was hard on them after game 1 yesterday, and they sort of came out of nowhere and had a bunch of good games one after another. Not necessarily chicken dinner winning games, but good kill points, much more aggressive play. Is that something to say for these teams in the mid-pack where they no longer have anything to lose? So maybe that's encouraging their play style a little bit?
I think a bit. I mean, Dodge, to me, I would say that this has been a little bit consistent for them, for their style of play. We see those aggressive rotations. They're constantly looking to third party to try and get picks off from the side. It's one of the reasons why we've seen them grow so many kill points. And occasionally, you know what, they fall apart. They'll try to pull off a play, a crash that just does not work in their favor. And that's where we start to see them fall apart. So if they can prevent themselves from doing that today, maybe, you know, like you said, really think about climbing up to that top. This is the last chance for points for them and the rest of the teams today. There's an opportunity, I really think, for them. I mean, we can't discount it. Reno, fantastic player. Crop as well. They've got so many points up this weekend.
Well, let's talk about teams that aren't going to crumble. Let's talk about our picks, who we think are going to come out on top at the end of this tournament and take home their share of the 100,000 as well as their 100K for charity. I'm going to change up my pick. I went hard shifts day 1. They let me down hard. Then went with Sonics, who I think have been doing well, but I got to pick Oath. They're in second place right now, but they've been on an upward trajectory. We've seen the leadership from Wolf, the growth, the maturity from Relo, and the 2 young guns sort of supporting that have been absolutely on fire. And seeing Relo move from sort of this little brother vibe that I would see from him at live events to a leadership ability to say, calm down, focus, I think that's what the team needed. So these players, they're my pick. They're going to push past SDK. I love you, SDK, but I always pick you to win these things, and far too often you let me down at the last day. So I just can't do it again. Cameron, it is what it is. I've been through a lot of these events, and SDK doesn't win first. Cameron?
It's true. I actually can't fault you for that. However, if you want to look at the top 2 of SDK and Oath, over this weekend specifically, especially yesterday, SDK has shown more consistently. Oath got 2 zeros. 2 donuts yesterday on
That's
Miramar.
true.
That is not a good start for the final day. I wouldn't be surprised if they win, but I have to give it towards SDK. They are on a much more consistent and a bigger role than Oath right now.
Plus, you like to always pick the team who's on the top of the leaderboard when the day starts. Clover, who's your pick to come out on top today?
You know what? It's actually also STK. This is a team that kind of came out of the gate struggling a bit. We saw really terrible circles handed to them, but consistently at the end of every match, when we take a look at those kill and damage leaders time and time again, we're seeing members of SDK up on that board. And as we've talked about repeatedly today, it's really going to come down to those kill points. SDK, they're both on great. They're I mean, both maps. Miramar, Erangel perform well on both. I feel like today's their day, man.
I troll you a little bit, Cameron, but I think you're right. You guys both have a very good reason for picking STK. It would not surprise me one bit if they do heist that check. But at the end of the day, very excited to see what these teams bring in. Do you guys have any last thoughts as you go into day 4, the final 5 games? What are you hoping to see from these teams, or any team in particular? Cameron?
I just want more and more aggressive play. It's what I ask every single time, and I just don't want any more donuts from Oath.
No donuts from Oath. The donuts, if they want to deliver to my house, totally fine. Clover, last thought.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see silly rotations. I don't want to see people playing really passive, camping. This is the last day. You got to grab every point, finish your kills, steal kills, do whatever it takes. I mean, show us how much you want this because, I mean, there's a lot of money on the line, and we'll see if we can maybe expect some great things from these mid-tier teams.
I expect great things from our casters for this game as we head to our first match in the desert. It is the casting duo of Pacosaurus Rex taking us through the action. Let's go!
Yes, indeed. It is I, Porosaurus, and it is he, Hypocosaurus Rex. And we are here to bring you games number 1 and 2 on Miramar. I feel like I've been typecast, man. I really do. I feel like I've been pigeonholed. Really? I think they took the Southerner, and they put me on all the Miramar games. So I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
What would the rule be for me then? Why am I doing all the Miramar games?
I have no idea why you're even here. This is North America. You get the British accent.
I ask myself that every time.
Well, as they said, our analysts brought in and talked all about our leaderboards, and we didn't really get a chance to talk about who we're looking for. So you want to do that real quick? Who you got your eyes on coming into this?
I mean, my eyes are on SDK.
Yeah,
my eyes have got to be on SDK. It's yesterday was probably the best we've seen them perform in a long time, to be fair, and you know. I mean, what can you say? 5 game series. Well, 5 games yesterday, which was 5 game series, but 5 games yesterday. 4 of them placed inside the top 5. 3 of them with over 10 kills. Like it just, they played phenomenally yesterday. And the scary thing is I still consider them a Miramar team. So the fact that we're starting today on Miramar is kind of terrifying because it's going to be difficult for. I mean, Oath yesterday. Again, not to rub salt in the wound, but back-to-back 0-point games on Miramar. That can't bode well for your team morale coming into today if you want to, if you're in a position where you're chasing.
True. And like you said, I mean, SDK had such a great day yesterday. I mean, 76 points in one day. I mean, what do you say about that? And as you mentioned, this is them being a Miramar team. But you know, you look back to 2 days ago when when I was I guess the last time I was casting Miramar, we had the first 3 games on Miramar. That was SGK's worst day. Right, 27 points overall, and that was the day that Oath popped off. So there's so many different things you could look at, really, as far as like trying. What's going on here?
What the?
Team Clueless. They're gonna be trading back. Okay, Hella is gonna find him. She said, "When a man with a 45 meets a man with a rifle, the man with the 45 is dead." And Fabled. Hella says, "You know what? If a woman 55. Meets anybody." The man is dead. There you go. Easy. I'm trying to shoehorn in as many old Western quotes as I can. That one.
Weirdly enough, though, that was one falling from Team Clueless, right? And then Team Clueless were getting a kill on an illusion player elsewhere. Now we have Greg Shot with a pump action, and Innate's pulling up on him with a Marauder. Oh my God! Run him over!
Oh,
oh my God! Oh, he tagged him! What is going on? It's game 6 scrims.
Know.
Game 6 scrims in game 1 today. He hit him again!
I mean, what is it with Fabled and shotguns in the early game? I mean, last time we saw Evasion do a jumping double pump on the Honey Badger. This time,
that was
Greg Shotgun's take a few shots.
Come on, Poro.
Was it Lush? Oh, I'm
yes. Come on.
That was weeks ago. Literally, nobody would have remembered that.
It was 2 days ago.
Yeah. What's here or there? Look at Alo.
Now Alo's pulling up.
Look at Alo
here,
running
dude.
into rocks. Okay, like don't even think about me.
Okay, do you think he heard the? He heard the shotgun shots.
He absolutely heard the shots, didn't he? I mean, he did just roll up on this. I'm not sure where he was coming from, but I'm trying to look on my map feed here. This is all on the very far northern edge of what could be considered SDK loot territory. This is just kind of north of water treatment. So if Alo did hear this, man, he's got his boosters on the ears. That's Greg Shot just going to go ahead and hoof it on out of here. The rest of his team off to the west, really. So he may be in trouble. He's only got the shotgun.
He picked up a Tommy gun, I think, but I mean he's got himself some level 2 gear and a couple of first aid kits. I'm not sure why it displays a dash actually when he's
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
he's
I don't
got it
like when it
unequipped.
does
And
that.
now Top Dog's gonna knock himself to falling.
Okay.
That's this is an interesting start to game one so far. This is I don't know if we can call it high octane, but there's definitely a lot going on.
Well, yeah. Look, hey, you know what? We haven't even gotten a chance really to mention the circle, which has gone hard to the north, north central, really, kind of centering up over water treatment, or maybe just north of water treatment. The rest of Fabled actually finding themselves a nice little compound. Oh, Keenan getting knocked down to below half here. That's some long range shots there from Sonics. It's gonna give the rest of
Profi-
Wildcard a
Profi
little
actually-
information. Ooh, okay.
Dude,
I like it, Profi.
Profi actually just pulled up like right next to the other 3 members of Wildcard to take those shots, and then was like, "Nope."
I guess, look, you know, as much as we've talked about Profi over the years being the press W, you know, he's had a history of maybe being a little bit separated from the rest of the squad. But I feel like he's gotten a lot better, at least in this tournament, really, this series, of kind of realizing when he's in a bad position. If he takes shots and he finds himself by himself, he doesn't really stick around. You don't really see him go down like that early as much as we used to. I mean, for God's sake, we saw Profi was in the top 5 of times survived yesterday.
Yeah, and I think actually, you know, what he's getting better at is kind of maximizing points when he's in those bad positions, as opposed to it used to be dying for free. You know, picking up 1 or 2 kill points along the way now. He's getting better at that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to serve that kind of anchor, the solo away from everybody else position, you got to ask yourself the question: okay, what am I trying to get out of this? What am I wanting to do with this? And whereas before, I think his answer was maybe just to like take a few shots at whoever he could see. Now it's more like, okay, I'm gaining information, feeding that over to the team, and then just going to go back and rejoin the rest of everybody. So good stuff so far. I'm liking this Profi 2.0 we've started to see here in 2020. Meanwhile, Team Clueless going to pull into the northern part of water treatment. You can see Zenith also on rotation. Zenith, worst day that they've had was yesterday. Pretty much every other team that has had their worst day, the next day they come in, they have their best day. So what does that say about Zenith?
I mean, there was a couple of weird scenarios. We saw Kickstar kind of, I wouldn't say snaking for placement, as we see Vegas get blown up in transition by Dodge. I'm guessing he was just driving in the open to 3 Dodge members, but can't really be avoided. The Murado, not really the strongest of vehicles. But Dodge up at this is where we saw Dodge wipe out Livid yesterday, was it not, at this compound? It might be a different one. I can't actually remember which one it was. It was one of the ones at the hilltop, just near the crossroads. But Dodge, another team that I expected us to be talking more about them this weekend, and they've not done terribly, but they definitely have underperformed to my expectations. Considering how, I guess on a macro level, how strong they were throughout the qualifiers. They didn't seem to miss a beat. They were always in a circle, always, circles 4 and 5 in a position to get kills if they didn't have center compound. We're just not really seen that Dodge this weekend. And whether or not that's, the lobby's got a bit harder and they've got other obstacles, but it's been a surprise for me nonetheless.
Here's the thing about Dodge, right? They just doo-dooed the bed on day number 2. 13 points. If they would have averaged around the what they've been doing every other time, 32 points on day 1, 49 points yesterday, they're most likely up there around 2nd, 3rd, 4th, fighting for first place here and within reasonable reach. But the fact that they had that one really, really bad day on day 2 with 13 points, now they find themselves kind of on the outside, needing basically just a miracle to get in here if they want to try to make a run for first. It's possible. For sure it's possible. Like we said, we saw Oath with 63 points on one day. SDK was 76 yesterday. So we definitely know it's a thing that can happen. But to see if Dodge can pull it off here today. As our new circle pops, we're going to go dead center.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the furthest this pulls away from Oasis on the north, the better for me. It's always rough having to see teams kind of transition north of the road. And again, Oasis isn't the greatest of spots to share between 5 or 6 teams if they do get forced up there. But it's weird me saying that actually because I'm usually the advocate of the worse the circle, the better it is to watch. But Wildcard, meanwhile, again a team yesterday. For me, that ended yesterday, kind of the same as I expected them to perform the whole time through. And actually, it's interesting to see the stats up on the screen there. Just again, not to single out Sharpshot, but Sharpshot being actually on a positive KD for the event is actually surprising. In the top 15 actually, but they've just been underwhelming. We've not seen them. Not seen them active. We haven't seen them in team fights, and when we have, I mean, this isn't even a team fight, and Sharpshot's getting knocked on the roof. And
I was gonna say that's what happens when you call his name out.
Yeah,
that's a good shot. Good shot for 303.
I mean, yeah, good shots, but it's just been disappointing for me.
Fair enough, for sure. I mean,
But
card.
That's mainly based on Penta being like the standout performer, right? He was playing absolutely insane in the qualifiers. I mean, he was tied for top kills, right? In round 2 of the
week
qualifiers,
1, yeah.
was it?
I think it was right. I think it was the first round. He was going back and forth. It was him and I believe Roth and Luke.
Yeah,
were all kind of like vying for the top kills, and they were just miles ahead of everybody. Fortunately, it didn't look like it translated over too well. So we check in on the hard shifts where they are going all the way around Oasis on this northwestern side. Reno may be the only one that even has any idea that they're up there because there's nobody to the north. Last time, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is the part that, I mean, it's so rough to see teams have to traverse this terrain. And actually, there's a couple of teams opting to kind of wrap north. You can see Reno's position, but all of that space to the north and all of it to the east, kind of on the north side of the roads I was talking about, just above the crossroads. It's so rough to rotate in vehicles. Hoping that, and again, I don't like a water treatment circle myself, but I'm hoping this kind of pulls over to the west side of the current white circle we see.
It'll be interesting if it does. I will say last time, actually the last game that I cast with Godspeed, this was pretty much the exact same circle we saw, and then it just hard cut south about 3 times in a row, and that was one of Fabled's wins, where you just look at it, you're just like, okay, all right, Fable gets 2 wins, and that's 20 of their 21 overall placement points. So, and we were talking. Okay, yeah, I know, but look, hey, we were talking about wild cards going into today, and everybody had a team. I wrote on my sheet the entire bottom 8 is my wild card, and there you go. You see the circle wheel cut a little bit to the south, not full on water treatment, but a little bit more to the west. But just for the fact, look, our bottom 8 right now has 5 chicken dinners out of 15. And when you've got so many teams up at the top here fighting for a limited amount of points, if these bottom 8 teams come through, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, and again, this is just to come back to the point I was making yesterday about Sonics, and it's great to see them where they're at without a win, but you can't help but think that, and again, the expectation for me is that by now Sonics would have had 2 wins. I think they've had 5 second places, Poro. So, and again, even so, if you convert those second places into first, it's only a difference of 4 points, right? So you're talking about an 8-point swing, maybe a couple of extra kills, 2 or 3, depends on how many they're up against in the late game. But it's disappointing. I had really high expectations for Sonics, based on obviously events in the last couple of weeks and how they've been performing in scrims and the way they talk about themselves.
Look, confidence has never been something that the Sonics team has been accused of lacking. And Uncivil will retreat here a little bit after getting a few shots sent to the body there. You can see his vest down to about half. Only a level 1 helmet, so he's going to have to be careful about how much he wants to peek that. Meanwhile, everybody just starting to make their way in. Shoot to kill. On the eastern part of the circle, they do have elusive that are going to have to make their way in from this northeastern spot. But there are, I think that's Hardships trying to make their way in, and they are under some heavy fire here from Zenith. You can see. Oh, yeah, looks like Luke has managed to spot out the rest of Elusive. Not sure.
But does he know about Fizzle, though? Fizzle's kind of creeping up on this terrain. I guess he's calling Innate up. You can see Fizzle playing off the audio cue here. And actually, Luke might have just spotted him there. He did. He did.
Ooh. Yeah, he did.
Ooh. That's
Good
lucky.
eyes.
I think Fizzle was actually calling Innate up, saying, "Look, bait up here. Try and get an overpeak from this guy on the roof." And actually, great awareness from Luke there to not fully commit to shooting the bike, but now actually it's gonna be Zenith opening up onto Elusive as they try and find a little foothold in the hills just next to STK.
Yeah, the northeast here has gotten very, very dicey here with Elusive, Zenith, Shoot to Kill, and Hardships all trading shots back and forth, all 4 strong here. And it's really just a question of where the opening down is going to come from and if it's going to result in a push. This could be a nice grenade coming out from Kickstart. If that bounces right, yeah, it will. J all day goes down. Okay, now if you're Zenith, what do you do? Is this the opening sign to push? Doesn't look like it's going to be just yet. Actually, yeah, they're gonna hold position, maybe just continue wrapping around the north. Now that they've seen that new circle, they've got bigger concerns.
Yeah, and as I said, I was sort of expecting this one to pull west away from all this terrain. Now it causes a lot of problems. Jay's actually going to get re-knocked to the blue there, so that's going to be problematic. Hardship's actually a really good position to try and hold and get some of these kill points, because he fabled from distance will get Roth down. Kurt already sending it in the Bronco. Luke's going to follow not far behind. Now, I'm not sure what options STK really have by committing up to the high ground. What have we got going on here? Actually, Wildcard and Comets going after the compound.
Full on crash here. This is outside of circle. You can see on your mini-map, they have to make their way in just a little bit farther to the east. Here comes Comets with the throwables. The Molotov's going to fall right on top of a Penta. Will go down. Wow, Sharp Shot will get taken down by D-Treats. This is clean coming out for Comets so far, but Keenan will find another. And now it's 1v1, I think. Yes, Wild Card goes down to Mime, actually, as Yaxley has a little bit of the pressure removed from himself there for a little bit. Comets should be able to get Victor up, but I don't know, man. This is going to be really hard to get into this next circle.
Yeah, and this is, we talked about it, well, I mean, I mentioned this yesterday, as the compound always gets fed, so it's no wonder that two teams kind of prioritize being here, but Wildcard, unfortunately, I mean, starting today, not the way they left yesterday off. It's going out in 16th place. I think they picked up 1 kill out of that. 2 kills, actually, as it shows up on screen, yeah? So unfortunate for them. Lucky for Comets to come out on top of that. You actually see D-Trees put Victor down. Actually, Luke 12 in a bit of trouble. His vehicle's going to blow up. Not sure how the hell didn't he die to that? He was down to like 10 HP.
This is,
I mean,
one of those
get away with an absolute miracle.
STK should be okay for here because that position where Zenith is in right now overlooks it and they're taking shots, but it's also out of circle. They can't just. Oh my God, Kurt, are you serious? Kickstart just got schooled there as Kurt lands the domer. And okay, STK 4 strong. Zenith, they're gonna have to go for this res now and still figure out how they're gonna get into the circle because they've got Hardships, they got STK. They've got everybody looking over in their direction, and to the south is not a whole lot better off, as Elusive, Team Clueless, and Oath are all fighting out in water treatment. So this might be an early exit here in Game 1 for Zenith, who really needs to get as many points as they can get.
Yeah, you can see Kickstart getting re-knocked to the blue, so Kurt not going to get that kill credit unless he calls down to the open here, but just nothing for them to do. And now actually Halo going to get a knock onto Team Clueless. That might pull one more of STK over this side to prioritize. But you can see now the last member of Elusive up there. Kickstart going to bleed out. And actually Oath down at water treatment. Mystery getting knocked to the blue as well. This is surely the end of Zenith here. Reload sending some shots up towards Innate. Innate will actually get taken out by Snakers. So and these are all the teams that kind of prioritize the East here, up on that high ground, Boro, that now just being forced into an unfortunate position.
This is rough stuff. You can see Leda is still alive for Zenith, so maybe they got. He might be able to do something, but he's just taking shots. He's looking to see if he can maybe get a kill here before eventually going down to the blue. I got to imagine. Yeah. Oh, Luke. Well, fine. How does STK get away with holding this position right now?
I don't know.
By crashing that just gap. I mean, Houston Hardships, they're literally 5 feet away. They could just run over there and just start throwing grenades, smoke it down and throw grenades. You got to figure. But nothing really, no push coming out from Hardships. As now it looks like STK is interested in turning their attention over towards them. They realize that their backside is clear. And here come their grenades. Okay. Chubba's going to go down initially to Luke. And the flush from Civ. As STK and Throwables, name a more iconic duo. You sure as hell can't. And they're just going to keep pushing here. Hardships on the back foot. They are looking like they're running. Okay. Yeah, this is interesting. Well, I mean, it's not in circle.
No, and I guess circle is moving now, so STK need to find something to move to, because I don't actually think they've got anything playable on their side of the road, so they just have, I guess, bad options. This doesn't seem like the best of the bad options, but they're going for it anyway.
Okay, we're going to try to do the drive-by. We're going to die. Okay, I see you. We're going to go down. We're just going to give 2 away. We're going to channel Fabled in the in the qualifying rounds and just throw. As Luke will find Maluk. That's a 2v2, but Civ is down. Civ gets taken out by, I think, from across the street. Or was that one of the Hardships boys? Exodus is taking shots at all of this the entire time here. Oh, okay. Luke is just disgusting. How he gets that, I have no idea. But 4 kills for him, 4 kills for STK. I don't really know what he... Well, I know what he's going to do now.
I mean, I know what he's going to do now. I mean, they had no options, right? They couldn't just drive across the road as 4. So maybe send it 2 out in the Morado, a little bit of a bait, try and pick up those 3 kill points. They came out with a couple of points, but like I said, it was probably just the best of a load of bad choices, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they're going to be kind of kicking themselves when they go back and do a little VOD review. If they would have taken maybe a little bit more time to scout the compound where Exodus is, they might have realized that they could have pulled that into a 4v2, perhaps, or even a 4v1 if they would have decided to crash Taylor J. So, you know, but I mean, I don't really know how much time they got to scout at all, because, you know, they had Pat and Ben taking shots across at the entire time, and then the circle started coming in, so I don't know if they even had a chance to scout across the street. Meanwhile, Fabled trying to come in from the north side here. Supernova and Greg Shot, the only 2 up, as they run into Livid. I think Soup might be the only player up for Livid here. Yeah, he is. And he is causing a huge problem for a 4-man squad.
Yeah, and actually, Soup kind of just playing spoiler up on the backside of the shack here. He's got a vehicle, but again, I don't think he's going to be expected to make moves at all. As you can see, Supernova and Greg come and try and clear him out and pick up this last kill point. Soup going to peek out, not going to get any damage initially. Supernova going to clean up with the AK. Clean as you like. Live it down in 8th place, picking up a placement point. But Fabled will be able to get a res off here. Maybe 2. I'm not sure if evasion is savable. Looks like Blue's already moving, so probably not. But nice clean up there.
That was well played by Fable. I mean, it kind of sucks that it took them so long to finish out that last one. They couldn't get that res on evasion, but they get 3. They get 3 up. They're going to be fine. Meanwhile, Radiant still 4 strong. They managed to find at least a tenuous home. Yep, Batty's going to get taken low here by Mime. You also got to remember Sonics. I keep seeing SQ. I'm saying Squires. I don't know why. Sonics. Sonics still 4 up, coming from the south side. Uh-oh, Reno. Can Reno pull off something here? Nah.
Finally. That took a while.
Yeah, Reno just out in the middle of the open here. Mime giving him the hard repeaks. 6 kills now for Sonics. They should be able to get this res on Shrimsy as well. Profi already found a spot inside this next circle. The rest of the squad here just chasing Blue as Radiance is kind of wrapping around on that southwestern side.
This is what I want to see. Okay. H-Swim with an Orm in hand. 6x on it. Hasn't got the level 3 helmet though, so he's He's giving that up to somebody else, but
he's been a little bit of a highlight reel of his own here. H-Win has in these last few days. Now Sonics, they haven't managed to find a win just yet. But it hasn't been for lack of trying here by this boy, as he is going to take the shot. Not going to find it just yet. Sonics will still maintain control over the South.
I think H1 actually leading in knocks right now, so his damage output has been insane for Sonics. It's just it's unfortunate we've not really seen him lighting a fire in terms of kill points, which is I guess you can put it down to their game. To be honest, they haven't been in positions to get kills. To be honest with you,
that is true. Well, they are in
this circle,
dangerous position here.
Yeah,
as they've got to figure out what to do about Radiance. They've got to figure out something here. You only have so many smokes. I'm not sure how much terrain that they've really got to work with. Exodus doesn't have to leave their compound, but it looks like they are going to. Taylor J and Venerated.
I like this.
I like this a lot here. Not just sitting and waiting, realizing that they have to collect some points here. They do have probably the best position out of everybody, but as you can see, only 3 kills so far. So they would like to pick up a few more here to throw into their pocket, while Sonics and Radiance trade shots back and forth. And meanwhile, Sweet Yaxley, all by himself, hanging out by the yucca tree. See if he can maybe come in at the last minute and steal something for the Comets.
Nearly getting spotted out by Mime there. Mime just a bit. There you go. Surely he's going to see him now.
There you go. What? Okay. Well, I mean, he's down to 26 HP. He does not want to go down there.
I mean, now Yaxley's dead. He's going to get double, triple flashed actually now. Shrimsy probably going to come over and peek this, but he's actually being saved right now by the Exodus third party. Mime now going to come and aggro peek this. Yaxley's surely going to fall here. There you go. H1 will find it with a headshot and 4. Now, that gives Sonics a bit of breathing room, Poro. Whether or not they can deal with Radiance, I'm not sure the way the terrain lies for them, but I feel like Radiance just having that slight elevation gives them an advantage.
I feel like you might be right here. It really, everything kind of hinges on what Exodus decides to do here, how they decide to push out of this compound, and who they decide to take the fight to first. As we see Sonics just trading back and forth, looking for an eye line here. Profi going to take a few shots. Okay, there you go. H-Win will find that down on a Los HD with the arm shot. And is that the sign here for Sonics to push in? Profi looks like he wants to, but Waldo going to force him back here.
Yeah, got to keep the leash on Profi in the late game. Don't want him overextending, but again, it's when you let him off the leash that matters.
Well, we've seen Profi get let off the leash, and he almost pulled off a miracle in the last game that we saw in Miramar. Ooh, Mime gonna find one. Yeah, Mime hits those all day. Venerated. What are you doing lying prone by that rock, my friend?
How'd they get down this far?
I
thought Exodus would have full line of sight on this, and actually Patcap's probably going to get caught off guard here as well. There you go. Nade going out his way. Mime's going to find that down. Great double peek there from Shrimsy and Mime. That'll put Exodus down to 1. Just Taylor J up. But now, what do they do about Radiance? Radiance are just kind of playing time on this right now. They have no reason to give anything away right now, other than the fact that Taylor J actually McCoy's actually going to get an opening knock onto H-Win, and that's terrible news for Sonics.
Fortunately for H-Win, Profi is right there. They do have cover with the Murano.
He nearly got caught off there, though. That nade going to find it. Profi will fall without getting the res off. And the follow-up.
Waldo will get the kills. Good stuff coming out from Radiance. And is this Sonics once again working so hard, yet being denied the win at the end? Taylor J could still throw a huge wrench in this for Radiance.
They got to figure it out now. Radiance need to read the situation correctly. They've just killed 2 people. They know that Sonics are still going to have 2 members over there. They've seen Shrimsy and the Mime in the kill feed recently. They've got to be aware, because right now Taylor J is so close to McCoy and loss.
Well, McCoy's actually in a kind of a bad spot right here. He's got Taylor J right behind him, and he's got to hold Mime and Shrimsy off by himself here. Doing an admirable job as he plays that rock line. Doesn't look like anybody else has come to provide him any support yet, though. Where the rest of Radiance is still up on top of the plateau. I guess just working center circle. That's probably the smart play here. Mime going to come up from behind, though. Will he catch him? Yes, he will. Koi going to go down, get flushed, and it's now a 2v3 with the added snake of Taylor J. This could go any which way right now. Radiance still with the best position, arguably. Waldo and Badiolol with the high ground. Los has a little bit of an anchor spot.
My
Here.
God.
Looks like
He
Taylor
spotted
spotted him. Oh, Waldo.
Batty.
Okay, Batty and Waldo combined to get rid of Taylor J, and that turns things a little bit more interesting now. Mime and Shrimzy right on top of each other. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like putting both of your players right next to each other. I prefer them split out a little bit more along this ridge line and have to peek out. It looks like that's what they're going to do, too. Yeah, Mime going to go down a little bit farther to the east. Los still holding that anchor position while Waldo and Batty just take shots at anything that peeks up head up over that ridge line. Here we go, Los. Spot him. Oh, no, Shrimzy. Shrimzy managing to get away from that just in the nick of time. And now this is trouble for Sonics. They don't have any ridgeline left. They're kind of forced to be right on top of each other here. Can they get an opening down at least?
That's a molly.
Oh, that's good, Molly. Good area of control there. As Mime.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
Shrimzy finds Los. 2v2. Waldo finds Shrimzy.
He's on fire!
Uh-oh, he's on fire! He's on fire. He goes down
my
to
God,
1v1
can Mime do this?
Mime. Can Mime pull it off? Batty Lol versus Mime. Batty has no cover.
way.
He's just got the smokes. Mime's going to get
No
him before he
way!
gets behind the rock. Sonics pull off the impossible, and they get their first win of the PCS charity tournament. Wow.
I mean,
Mime.
great play from Sonics there. They bought so much time for themselves. Again, Radiance also, they didn't necessarily play it poorly, but Lost going down he did meant that they had this open terrain fight and they had to push. Lost was the only thing stopping Sonics getting to that rock that they got to there. And I mean, unfortunate series of events, but what an insane clutch between Shrimzy and Mime there.
8 kills for Mime overall, 4 for Shrimzy. Win gets 1, Profi gets, 0, but, Profi's still Profi, so he's always an issue. But look,
Damn,
hey.
you got to thought.
Well, it's whatever. Profi's still up there as far as kills concerned. He just didn't get any this game. But look, I got to imagine the thing that the key moment of that game was when Los came from behind the rock, got the initial shots onto Shrimzy, but wasn't able to get the down before Shrimzy was able to break line of sight. Because that let Mime know exactly where Los was, where he was holding that anchor position. You could see the Molotovs coming out. And then Shrimzy knew exactly where he was. Los wasn't ever able really to reposition off of that. And so he kind of had to hold the same spot.
And the problem being then, Batty and Waldo just playing the star at the end there meant that they gave the 2v1 onto Lost. And then, unfortunately, Batty, for some reason, wasn't behind the rock. He was taking a split angle in the smokes. And then a really well-placed Molotov. Again, we've seen insane Molotov usage this weekend. Again, another scenario where, the Molotov comes up clutch, puts Waldo down, and then at that point, it's a W key situation, right? He's in the smoke. You know he's not behind the rock because the other guy's just gone down to the molly. Just insane teamwork between Shrimzy and Mime there.
Well, and then you look later down on the leaderboard, you see STK finish in 9th with 4 kills. You've got Oath in 14th with 1 kill. So our top leaders, they're starting to kind of show a couple of signs of cracking. Maybe this might be the time for Sonics. You never know. Let's find out what our analyst desk had to say.
What an end to the match. An absolute barn burner. It looked like Radiance was going to shine upon the top of that leaderboard with placement and position and numbers, but the Sonics boomed up that hill, dropped player after player, and I got to say, I regret to maybe taking them off of my pick for the day because they clearly, Cameron, are looking to go all the way. Mime was anything but quiet with 8 kills on that match. Wowza.
Yeah, I was with Poro at that point, where he said that Sonic's working so hard and it's going to get stolen from them yet again. But then they just work even harder. You can argue that it was a little bit of a throw by Radiance. Taylor J, of course, certainly helped them not stay super comfortable there. But just Sonic's again showing exactly why. Not to my own horn or anything, but exactly why I did pick them as the X Factor team of the day.
I mean, there's a mantra on the Pierce family house, and it's work harder, work longer, work smarter. My kids know it, and clearly the Sonics know it, because that match was nonstop for them. They never gave up when their backs were against the wall. That play, even staying together, it seemed forced, but it was smart the way that they rotated and covered each other on the pushes, wasn't it, Clover?
Yeah, I mean, prime time, mime time. We've seen it in chat. We're seeing it here. Man, when they really just work together, completely aware. So we take a look real quick at these highlights, and we'll see exactly how well they performed at the best moments from this last match.
Wait, Clover, did you say highlights?
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 Yes.
Highlights? So I'm a little torn on this particular circle. One question is, yeah, we've seen it a number of different times today, this weekend already, but also where on one hand, it can be very difficult to play around. By the other hand, it does force you into these uncomfortable fights that we see STK and Hardshifts are in right now. It's not a winnable game for them, but you do get to see who is the better combatant on top, and that certainly does lead into how the end game played out.
Yeah, I mean, we talked time and time again this last match, Toro and Hypoc did as well, about holding the high ground here, as we can see Radiance and Sonics managed to get to this ladder circles, holding it here with that beautiful nade by Batty, taking out 2 members of the Sonics. We thought that might have been it for them, but proven that they were able to hold their cool, patience, persistent, and mime with 8 beautiful kills from this match.
I mean, at the end of the day, Batty did what he could to try to win this for them. That knock on Profi to the nade that got Hwin during the res knocked them down to 2. Taylor J was actually trying to sneak up on them to get the takeout, and Waldo and Baldy and Batty together eliminated him from the threat. Like, I think Radiance did everything they could to win this match, and the Sonics were just on fire.
Yeah, I mean, McCoy as well led the pack with 3 kills. Radiance picked up a total of 7, so it was a really good play by Sonics as well to push in. Saw that rotation, taking McCoy out from that rock. It started to even things back in their favor and gave Sonics the ability to complete that push, even with that slight low ground disadvantage. I mean, with Miramar especially, minimal cover, but they pulled it off. They pulled it off beautifully.
Cameron, thoughts on sort of how that wrapped up? We're going to leaderboard in just a second, but take us there by sort of talking about what you expect to see this reflect.
I hope to see that Sonics get a lot closer. It was also pointed out that SDK and Oath didn't really perform terribly well. I think SDK did do the best that they could have done in their situation, but Oath, it's not a donut, but it's a breadstick. That's not that much better. That's 3. You like that one? That is 1 point
I did,
in
actually.
the last 3 games. That is really not a good start to what looked to be the victory lap of this entire event.
Yeah, you can have all you can eat breadsticks, but at the end of the day, it's not getting that chicken dinner. Sonics pull it up. Clover shoot to kill, also dropping the ball on that one. This should, I mean, honestly, kick the door open for Exodus and Sonics, who we were saying are close to being in the hunt for this $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before this match what we expect to see, and what I wanted to see was these mid-tier teams, the teams that just need to crawl a little bit closer to the top, outperform the guys at the top, and as you see, look at that. Oath, 13th place this match. Shoot to kill, 8th place this match. Sonics taking number 1, finally getting that chicken dinner. That means the whole left side of the leaderboard now is sitting pretty with those chickens, but... Oh,
Prime time, mime time. Right, Clover? I mean, they say it, they live it. It's awesome. Look at this guy. 993 kills. Oh, my God.
Yeah. 993 kills. Woo, that's a lot of kills, though. I think that's 993 damage. But, I mean, look, again, McCoy and Waldo for Radiance.
He's just that good.
Really stepped it up. McCoy with 3 kills. Nice damage. This is good. I mean, Taylor J tried to clinch it, but Exodus, they're underperforming. I'm kind of disappointed. Only 2 kills that last match from them.
Shrimsy coming in hot, Cameron, but Waldo, he doing some pretty good stuff, too. Let's look at the overall time survived, Cameron, on the tournament so far. Yeah, it talks about it.
Yeah. I mean, he's starting to climb up there, but again, it's Exodus holding this down, which, I mean, we've said it before, I can say it again, it's really strange. Of all the rosters to have the highest survival time, Exodus isn't exactly one that I would have expected, but look at the previous game. They held a solid compound that's relatively central in the circle. Their back row is relatively on point. It's been a little difficult for them to be able to clinch those into full wins, but it's definitely a good starting point.
Now they got it. They are survivors. We'll see how it goes. Let's take a look at the total knocks throughout this entire tournament so far, Clover. Quinn at 25. Profi and Shrimsy also on that board.
Yeah, knocks, okay, not kills, but this is in and of itself helpful. It's showing us not only an assistance for damage, but how they're able to take out some players, turn that back into help. And as we saw again this match, that's really working well for Sonics. But again, Luke 12 at Shoot to Kill, we can't denounce just how scary that him and Vegas are as well for Exodus, but these knocks need to start turning into kills.
That is a very good point. Knocks don't matter that much. This isn't boxing. You're not scoring a point for it, right? You got to get that kill to make it work, and it does seem like a lot of these players aren't executing on the finishes. Total leaderboard, Cameron. It is Shoot to Kill on top. Oath still behind them because of their poor performance in that last one, but Sonics and Exodus have closed the gaps significantly.
Yeah, Sonics finally get the chicken dinner that they were chasing after, and this puts them very much within striking distance of not just, I mean, they're already in the top 3. They could easily take first place from there on out.
Clover, thoughts on the board?
Yeah, I mean, look, now we've got Comets as well climbing into that bottom 8. It is placement points they're going to help them get, or sorry, kill points that here. Still no teams, but Radiant's only in 10th place. They've just got to keep stepping up. That was a good performance last game. I just want to see a little bit more of it if you want to get them into that top 8. But, I mean, again, Sonics, Oath, Shoot to Kill. Oof, I think these are going to be the 3 that we're going to keep our eye on for today.
100%. There is that chance that Exodus or maybe even Zenith start to sort of pull out some crazy. But with 4 games left to play, Cameron, all the chips need to be on the table. You can't be slow betting at this point. You've got to be going all in.
I mean, I'll say at this level, you shouldn't be waiting for the final day to go all in, but I mean, you might as, if you haven't already, you should be going all in now.
Yes. Do you agree with that sentiment, Clover? Do you think you should go all in on the first day of a tournament like this, or do you think you should hold your cards close to your chest and sort of wait for the back half of the tournament?
I think that some people might try to play a bit cautious. You might not be familiar playing with some of these squads. That said, when it comes to this, you got to come out of the gate running. The teams that we're seeing right now who are at the top are the teams that have been giving it their best time after time, match after match, and day after day. Sure, you might have a bad game here or there, but these guys have just been consistently bringing it all weekend long.
Cameron, 30 seconds left. Give me a little, what was your favorite moment from last game? That's what I want to know.
The Sonics at the end game, Batty Lowell, I'm going to call it. I think he kind of threw that. The comms at the very end in Radiance really seemed off, and so I'm really glad to see Sonics going to win.
You think he threw it? It seems like he tried really hard there, Clover. I mean, he threw the nade that knocked 2 members of Sonics.
Oh, it was a beautiful nade. I mean, I honestly thought that might have been the turning point for Radiance had they been able to play that a little bit harder. But again, we saw Sonics dip down low, take that rotation around, and take that right back into their advantage. And that's where Radiance started to fall apart in the end.
Whoops. So time to head into the second game of the day. It wraps up. Let's go over to Porosaurus and Hypoc, who I heard is going to unbutton a button for every SDK win going forward. Is that true, Hypoc?
God, I hope so. I really hope so.
I mean, if anything, it'll be for every Sonics win. Maybe not every SDK win. You make of that what you will.
Well, there's one button.
How much? There's one button. Well, we're still at the same count, so maybe I'll start from the top and then I don't know.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no, I mean, Sonics was my prediction. Obviously, the first 3 days, and now that I haven't predicted them, I guess they're gonna upset me on the last day. I guess. I guess still the favorite for me is and that's just for my boys Shrimsy and H-Win. I want to see them do it, but they got to have a couple more games like that for sure. I said it yesterday. One kill with a decent kill stack still puts them in the race, and I'm glad to see them get that on the board now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, there's a number of different plays that he made specifically. as a solo player in that last round there at the end that really kind of secured the win. I mean, he's the one who got the down on McCoy. He's the one who threw the Molotov right on the rock, managing to get the down on Waldo and force Batty from cover, essentially having to have him fight, hang out. That was the one thing, you know, because we were kind of giving Batty a little bit of grief about that, but it was that Molotov on the rock that forced him to leave that cover and have to use the cloud instead. So
it depends how you look at it. You can't stack on the rock like that. But there's a number of different factors. I don't want to say Radiance threw that. I think that was more Sonic's just absolutely schooling them in the late game. To be honest with you, it wasn't so much a Radiance throw as it was a Sonic's insane clutch.
No, absolutely. I think Radiance did exactly what they need to do. The only thing that I would peg is maybe not having left McCoy there to hold the bottom of that ridgeline by himself for that long. But that's about it. But anyway, that game is over with. Let's not talk about things that are in the past. Let us instead focus on the present. And unfortunately for us, the present includes probably one of the worst friggin' plane pass I think I may have ever seen.
Yeah.
You can't see here.
I mean, if this was a Wrangle, that's a milli circle, surely, right?
That is 100% milli rocking.
When we see that, that's a usual indicator. But we're gonna see Sonic's still gonna make their way into Picardo. I don't think there's gonna be too many upsets other than maybe Dodge. So where are Dodge? No, Dodge is still stretching north on the West Road.
Yeah, just hanging out there on that far western side. Doesn't look like anybody's gonna get too
oh my god, we got an MPL circle.
Let's go. We saw this circle before. This is
we literally yep we did.
This is where Oath had their one of their really good wins, where they took the high ground and the low ground, kind of pretty much right where Dodge is at right now.
Yep. So I mean we've got pretty much three endings, right? We've got the Ladriera, the one to the west of Ladriera on the high ground, or it's going to end just south of Pozo, right?
Pozo Fields is always an option. I mean,
like
I don't know. I mean, you know, Montenuevo, the fields to the north of Montenuevo are also an option. I mean, we've seen them in there quite a few times. So
we had a couple of endings there on the EU PCS as well. Actually, the ones that end kind of just out again. Those final circles that pull away towards the barn that's over east of Montenuevo, just underneath the big rock formation. But I was going to say there was some weird stuff going on down in Valdemar, and Team Clueless was one of the teams involved in it. But we're looking at Illusion right now with Team Clueless, and then it was a Zenith member running over Patrick.
Yeah. So, well, look at where the rest of Zenith is. They're miles away. They're north of Impala. Why was Roth down there just north of...
And what the hell are Nitrogen and Pistola doing here?
I'm left with more questions than answers when it comes to this thing, so I'm just going to go ahead and just call it fate. You know, it was fate. That's what happened. Well, Livid looting up in Montenuevo all by themselves. Kind of haven't really seen a whole lot from Livid. I mean, I guess there were a lot of question marks about this team coming into this, just because of the fact that it was, you had Caden from the original roster, and then you brought in Fudge and Soup and Dytac, and Dytac was somebody that, I mean, I think both of you and I were both had no idea really who he was. And so maybe I don't know.
I mean, we still don't, right?
Still
He's
don't.
not really done anything.
Well, I mean, to be fair, none of Livid has really. I mean, they're in 15th place. They got a chicken dinner, but other than that, I mean, 54 points overall, 15th place. Not really an ostentatious start here for that squad.
And it says Sonics as well pulling up to, and this is what I was talking about. There's a couple of scenarios where it obviously comes towards these Lego-ish buildings. I don't know if there's an actual call out for that compound, but this is the area we're talking about, just out north of Montenuevo. So Sonic's obviously gambling on it coming this way. Shrimsy, actually, He's got like the 2017 loadout. He's got an AK and an M16.
Should be out here living in the past. Okay. Well, his teammate's finding some action. He's going to find Waldo, and he's going to get the flush as well. Oh, Radiance,
dude.
They were trying to make the transition, and he just picked him right out of the bus. The mystery van. There's no mystery there. That's Profi picking up another kill here for Sonics as their campaign in game number 2 starting off nicely here, but they have a lot of company just on the other side of the road there is Livid and Radiance. You can see on the south side of this road, Sonics just trying to find spots on the north here, and this is spooky here, but Shrimzy going to find another one. Okay. Ditac going to go down. I don't know why he's out there.
What's going on here?
Baddie's going to find Profi. Profi, I think, is off in the middle of nowhere.
He's doing his best Ditac impression.
Yeah. This is a really weird fight, man. I mean, look, hey, I usually say, okay, I'm the caster. I'll hand it over to the pro player to explain to me what's happening here. But I feel like you got just as many question marks over your head as I do right now.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that one. And just put it down to. No, there's no factor. You can't put it down to anything. And now Shrimzy running away in the open. He's going to get taken down by Fudge. So Sonics will lose 2 early. That just leaves H-Win and Mime, I'm pretty sure. So things backfiring. Although they did get an early kill point on the board. Well, actually 2, because they would have got the one from Ditac as well. But they got Waldo and Ditac down. As we see Clueless farming Illusion elsewhere. Again, those are the 2 teams that were down in Valdemar, so I can only assume that was kind of a rotation camp coming out. And I guess as soon as we called Livid out, they put 2 kills on the board for her.
Well, I mean, Sonics made it about as easy for them to do it as possible. I don't know why they... I mean, it seemed like Sonics was going for a 2-2 between where Win and Mime are right now. And then for some reason they decided to just throw it under the wide open and rely on their mechanics to save them, and it didn't work out for them. So they're down to 2. Hard shifts, meanwhile. I'm trying to find where they are. They're just to the southwest of Monte Nuevo on the high hills, just to the west of La Driera. There we go. Easy for me to say.
La Driera.
La Driera.
Wait, did I throw you off by pronouncing it that way, or?
I don't think so. I think that's
La
correct.
Drillera. La Drillera.
La Drillera. Sounds perfect. So
Okay.
You speak like a native. Meanwhile, here we go. Fabled coming in just south of La Driera. Getting a few shots sent their way from Comets. They're doing a 2-2 split here between the church and points south that are a little bit higher. Got Evasion and Supernova. This is a split we've seen come out from Fabled before. It hadn't really worked out in their favor, though. They kind of paid the consequences for this in the past. We'll have to see if it holds for them right now, because right now they've got Elusive that's making their way in, as well as Exodus. So this is
I mean,
possible place that could get crashed.
This split's nice, but again, this circle 1's posted a bit further north than I guess most teams would like. It's also a bit further west than most teams would like, because it still leaves a lot of possibilities on the table. But I mean, if this one was slightly more inland and a bit more south, then you can pretty much guarantee it's ending around La Driera Church, either to the north or the south of that. And it's rarely the south, just because of that terrain, which is what makes it difficult. And again, I think we saw the first Miramar game we casted the Oath win. It actually went out to the terrain west of the high ground hill. That again in Circle 1 in that game, I called it Dodgers Compound was going to be pretty much where it ends. So it's all about kind of Circle 2, which there you go. We're more than likely looking at the can we call it the PGC Monte ending? Because we had like 3 games of PGC that ended just north of Monte in the field, right?
We sure as heck did, and that is a really interesting place to fight, because you've got, not only do you have the wide open fields, but you also have the hard cover in Monte. You've got the fence line that's kind of surrounding Monte, but then on the eastern side of that road, just by Monte Nuevo, there's a really nice ditch and a lot of ridge lines to really work with. So even if you find yourself in the open, you've got kind of some good open area to work around. We'll just have to see where people decide to go here. Sonics, looks like they're going to go ahead and put both of there, but look at this, Fable, they're going to run right into Comets as they are trying to find somewhere new. Are they going to survive? Okay. I don't know how they got out of that one. Comets not even making a peep. I think maybe we're trying to go for the wolf spider attack there, maybe sneaking up on them.
Yeah, but I mean, now with this circle, it's kind of just unfortunate to see something. And again, we've got the leaderboard up on the left side of your screen right now. You can see how much that win has brought it within distance for Sonics. At least if chasing again, it still relies on. Oh, hello. Actually going to open up onto Exodus. Transition above Venerator, going to get picked out of the Bronco. There's a bit of third-party damage coming in from Hardships above. J-Sank not going to be able to get that down, but Venerated will fall in the middle of the road. At least it's not Vegas this time.
Exodus with just the full YOLO send right down the middle of the road.
I respect it. I
mean, they get 3. They get 3 into southern Montenuevo. So
that's a 75% success ratio. That's stamped and sent. There you go.
There you go. That's passing in anybody's book. I don't care where you're from. Meanwhile, Chubba Bubba gonna have to stop and get a little heal on. I like the position that Hardships have right now. They do have Fable just below them, but you can kind of see Hardships in orange right there. They have the high ground that's kind of overlooking Montenuevo, and then they've got a somewhat higher high ground just to the south where Lobes and Maluk are keeping track of everything going on to the south here. So, assuming that this continues to cut either center or south, Hardships in a really nice position to do a lot of information gathering from this 2-2.
The problem is, if this next one goes north of, Montenuevo Crossroads, it puts them in a really tricky position. Wildcard spot right now, their split is actually the strongest spot in this circle. Again, not knowing where it's going to go next. Having double whites and the red brick, just such a strong position. It looks like STK probably going to try and pressure Sharpshot away from the double whites here, but just such a strong position. If you can control this hill and the red brick, it's so deadly coming into late game. You can just farm kills because people are pulling up into dips, 300-400 meters away, and it's free shots.
It's basically you can get everybody as they're trying to make their crashes into the terrain features in those fields north of Montenuevo before they even get there. And not to mention the fact that you just have full information on everything that's around you. Doesn't look like Shoot to Kill is wanting to overstep too much here. They're pretty comfortable with their position so far. Looks like we're about to have our next circle pop, and where are we going to go? Let's go dead center, right on top of Montenuevo, and look at the Skittles just collapsing onto the city. This is dangerous. Even STK hopping in vehicles, and they're getting out of the position that they were in. Even Wildcard leaving their previous position.
Yeah, and again, the next shift is going to tell us all we need to know. But STK opting to come down south into the hangars. Not necessarily a bad move, but I don't think they've got any points on the board just yet. No, they haven't. 0 kills for the game so far. Uncivil doing his best Austin Powers impression here. He's going to eventually work that Bronco out. Just edging. Uncivil likes a little edge, getting out of the compound. I'm guessing one of them got this crate, or we're gonna.
Yeah.
Is Uncivil all right? Is he? Nope. He's not okay. This is not okay. Gotta maybe spin around. Please God, flush him. Please God, flush him.
Oh my God. Oh my God,
no,
Kate.
Dude.
And here we go. Exodus now making their way. We said that they crashed into the southern part of Montenuevo with 75% strength. Apparently that's enough to get the opening down onto Livid as they find one. And now I think it's just down to Soup and Caden. Caden was sending shots just a minute ago towards STK. And here we go. Hard push from Exodus. Oh, they're going to open the door with the gun. And oh no, Soup. I don't know what happened there.
Stood behind the wooden door. It just got blown up. That is golden. I mean,
hate to
this is
see
really
it.
good, though. I love the fact this circle posts and Exodus picks this position. Again, banking on it coming to the field. That little edge of Montenuevo, they're really, really strong
That's
position.
so strong. So strong.
And them just committing to clear it like that is really heads-up play from them. I love being proactive like that.
Caden does manage to escape for now. I mean, you can see just how surrounded he is. But once again, this is Montenuevo, and anytime you are a solo player, you feel a little bit safer as you hide in the city rather than in the open fields here. Meanwhile, looks like Wildcard has taken over the entirety of the field to the north of Montenuevo, and Oath actually doing a nice little 2-2 split on the other side here as well. So looks like STK will have gotten that res onto Purdy Curdy. Civ will not be grounded, at least for now. As Dodge, they're just on the other side of Montenuevo now. This is going to be it. 8 seconds. We see this next shift, and as you said, this is going to tell us everything we need to know.
It's going
about
north.
How this game is going to end.
It's going north of Montenuevo.
Well, there you go. It's going to
There
go
you
north
go.
of Montenuevo.
But here we go. This is what I was talking about. Wildcard's position now. They've actually come down to take the hay bales. They've still got control of the red brick. This is a fantastic spot for Wildcard to be in. Oath as well. Shout out to them. They've got control of the east side of the run. You can see nobody is contesting that right now.
Oh, looks like Sonic's got crashed by Elusive here. And it's not going their way so far, and 8's going to go down. Win will take out 1. They're going to open up again, and J. All Day's going to go down. T-Sock gets taken out by the grenade from Mime. Oh my god, the pre-nade on the crash from Mime, and now Fizzle is left here by himself to wonder what happened. Well, he doesn't have to wonder long, because Win ends his suffering, and Elusive just gets absolutely broken by the duo of Mime and Win. Goodness.
Yeah, that's. I mean, nobody's really contested the Lego builders down here. I'm going to call it that now, even though we haven't got that confirmed. I'm gonna stamp that. It's got the Hypox seal of
It is
approval
now.
there. Well, it's actually
Got it.
Lego is the little compound underneath the church over, by Tuma, the Church
By
of
Tuma?
Loss.
Okay.
The little Lego
Church of
building
Loss,
just
yeah.
off to the east of that.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, surprising to still see Sonic's up, but I guess nobody's really pressured over to that side. Radiant's gonna have to look for a move over to the north side as we jump on board with the hard shifts. Chubba gonna have to hit the prone and the first aid. This is going on just outside of Ladriera. Comet's only 2 strong right now. I can see
Yeah.
2 of them up, and it looks like they've got all 4 of hard shifts coming towards them.
The fight that nobody really wants to be taking right now is it's going on outside of Circle. As you can see, just on their south side, it's creeping up here. Hardships needs to figure out what they want to do here, take these guys out. I think they realize where both of them are. They're going to go ahead and collapse on D-Treats first. Lobes will get the original down, and it's all down to just Victor. I don't know what we could call that peak. It's an interesting one. Here we go. We're going to push up in the vehicle, and okay, that's going to do it. Chubba will find Victor with a grenade. Hardships get 2 kills, and they get to make their way into this next circle. But like you said, it's going to be kind of rough here. There's not a lot of space to be found. Let's just loot up whatever they've got left. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the city of Montenuevo proper right now. Meanwhile, you've got 3 off to the north, and then you've got Radiance and Sonics just off to the southeast as Hardships make their way in. Caden still staying alive, but for how long? Here comes Zenith. Can he take anybody with him? Oh wait, yeah, never mind. It's a different. Are they in the same building? I
Yeah,
lost
they're
track
in a
here.
different building. I was just
Okay.
about to make the point though that this is. It's so often we see teams commit to the south side and get stuck in a city like this, but I think we've got 6 tied up here. And this
Yeah.
is going to be
This
again. This is what I was talking about earlier. Exodus position. Once they kind of read that and they bank on it coming north. Exodus's position. Those 2 little 1-stories with that little rusty fence wrapping it. It's a shame they've not got 4 up because it's a really good opportunity to farm some kill points there when everybody is forced to move.
Let's go. The circle breaks
Wildcard
away
spot,
from
dude.
Montenuevo.
Wildcard spot.
Well, and another thing is they collapsed from the 2-2 to all go into red bricks there. So that actually playing out really, really nicely for them. 303. I think they realize wild cards there. We've seen it so many times where the team where 303 in 303's position tries to do a full 4-man crash on the wild card. So have to keep eyes on that. Because, I mean, once their spot's outside of the circle, it's kind of rough. You know, what else do you do if you're in 303's position right now? Meanwhile, everybody is now going to have to make their way out of Montenuevo. Shoot to kill, going to be the first one to start the fight. They're going to find Leda. Get the kill onto him.
I thought Luke 12 was going to do a little crouch jump. I thought he was going to do a little crouch jump and get a cheeky little knock there, but you know, Caden actually going to find Unsilver from the back. Actually get the flush onto that as well. So now SDK down to 3. Iceflex will trade him out though. So SDK fall to 3. Going to be able to get out of the city. Not like that. Kurt is going to fall next to the caravan. Kickstart going to follow up with the molly. That should confirm that one.
This is rough sledding from SDK. They're coming in from the far west side, so they've got all the teams that have already been inside Montenuevo looking right down at them. They had Zenith, they had Illusion, and they also have Exodus now taking shots over in that direction. 5 kills, though, for the boys, but they still have to figure out how they're going to get through here. Fabled, meanwhile, is also inside the city. You can see the shots coming out from Exodus now. This is going to be there's not really any, like, everybody that's in the city has to cross the street here. Okay.
I was going to say, how is Iceflex running across the road? He nearly made it.
This is going to be all hands on deck from Exodus to make sure that nobody crosses the street right here. Ooh, Kickstart actually going to find Hella. Good shots coming out from him. Zenith still alive, still kicking here as they try to make their way through. You can hear the smokes are starting to come out. Greg shot. Going to throw, I don't know if that was a flashbang or Molotov. Yep, that was a molly.
Greg shot's prone in that crate. 100%.
Oh, Luca actually steal the kill there. But Greg shot will trade it out. And there goes shoot to kill. 10th place. That is not, that's 2 games in a row. Not a really good start for him. They did get a nice little handful of kills, though, so not leaving completely empty-handed. Meanwhile, Greg shot going to try to rejoin his team. They'll find Zenith. They'll find, actually, Mystery will just go down to the blue. So Fabled stays alive, quote-unquote, winning Montenuevo. They haven't had to cross the street just yet, though. They're just hiding behind the smallest bit of fence line here as our new circle is going to pop. And where else could it go? There you go. Yeah. Right to the dead center.
Yeah, and I was about to comment last circle. It's interesting to not see 303 cross yet and contest Oath for their spot. But I think Oath now in a position where they've got somebody on the high ground. I don't know how much sight they have uphill here. Jumping back on board with Fable as they try and make this deadly cross. And some good utility coverage coming out here. I don't know if Supernova is going to be able to get onto the wall. But we know this circle comes in quick. So as soon as it starts moving, they're going to run out of options. Again, they're on the short side, so they have got the benefit of time. The circle speed is going to be a bit slower than the other side, but Supernova actually going to get a team flash there. That's going to be problematic for him. Taylor J's already checking behind the barrels here. Does land a headshot. Supernova going to head back around. Now they've got inside the wall for him.
Oh, they got Taylor. Catcap's going to try to take the shots as he gets across. Not going to be able to find the down, though, as Vegas and Pat just working the cover right now. Fabled actually getting a huge break here because Hardships and Radiance and Sonics are all shooting at each other off to the east, not looking at them as they were making this push in. So they didn't have to worry about any shots in their back. Ooh. Vegas will get taken down to about half HP. He's going to come back up. He's going to get spotted out. Supernova will take him down. Taylor J now, or no, Pat Cap's the last one up. Send a few shots here. Fabled. I can't believe that they've actually gotten away with this.
They're going to clear him.
Evasion. Oh, the hard push. Okay. There we go.
See, where is this Fabled been?
Really well done by Fabled there. But like I said, they got kind of lucky because there was no shots coming in their back, which is usually what you see when teams are kind of coming across the street there. They get shot from the east side as well. But since there were so many teams fighting, it looks like Hardships actually died in that crossing there. Los, the last one alive for Radiance, as Sonics, the duo of Win and Mime, still causing so much problems for everybody here. I'm not even sure. Oh, and Dune going to find Keenan. Badger's going to go down as well, and nothing's falling apart a little bit for Wildcard here. 303 doing a really good job of getting from where they were to where they're at now with still 4 up. Actually surprised they managed to get this far.
And this terrain, and the PGC game I'm talking about, this is the one where Mexi landed a triple nade into this exact dip. As actually Snake is going to open up onto Lush. And actually the follow up onto Voxic as Balefrost gets the last blow there. But now 303 down to 2 people on their feet. Snakers will flush out Lush. Now they're probably just going to try and force the issue here, pick up these kill points. Doesn't know where D-Rich is, but going to take some damage at distance. Landoon sitting back with the Orm. He needs to get an opening knock here if they want to push in on this. Just not landing the damage, though.
Bad news for both of these teams is that while all this is going on, Wildcard was able to get both reses off, and now you can see they're just kind of working the ridge line here, waiting for anybody to peek a head up over the top. Not finding anything yet, but Supernova will actually find Balefrost. Not sure how that
Molly
happened.
landed.
Look at the Molly, he's on fire. No, Wolf, he's lit. Roll around.
He should be good.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Good.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy, he's just barely good.
Dude, Sonics are making moves though, Poro. Sonics have actually managed to get themselves all the way up onto the high ground. This now is an absolutely deadly position for them to be in. If they can clear Fabled, they have free farm into this bowl.
Oh, Landoon.
Landoon, dude, you got to land one of these, man.
You got to hit that one. I mean, you've got 6 bullets left. That was very, very close. Balefrost is down right now. So Oath will have to send at least 1 to go get that res. As Fabled still trying to make their way out, but look at this. Sonics just has full eyesight onto them. The smokes are out. Greg Shot managing to break line of sight here, but he's just having to crawl on his belly. As Mime and Win are just, I mean, they have no pressure on them. They just run around. They're running around completely unimpeded.
I don't want to say it, but are we going to see another Duo Sonics clutch up here? Because they have so much space. They have so much space. If Wildcard or Oath get weakened here, it's very much feasible that Sonics can win this game from this position. Well, they just need to deal with Fable.
Yeah, Fable just got a freebie off a Wildcard. Getting 1 down. The shots are coming out into the smoke. Can they find anything? Supernova gets very, very low. He's going to try to peek around the outside of it. Meanwhile, Landoon. Oh, no! You can only miss so many before you just get roasted, my dude.
I mean, finally he hit that one. He actually hit Wolf. He hit Wolf there, I'm pretty sure, but he just got absolutely doinked.
Well, Oath not actually coming up over the top and finishing this though. What's the deal? They're just
I mean, just talking about it here. If this forces Wildcard across the road, which I'm pretty sure it's going to, unless we see a very hard West shrink. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did I say it out loud? Why did I even say it out loud?
I do not know. Well, Wildcard fans breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. Oh, nice shot.
We go.
Penta going to find Mime. And that could be big news there. As Sonics going to have to try to see if he can maybe go for the res here. It's going to be rough, though.
Look
how open that is.
Shouldn't.
Yeah, he tried, but Sharpshot going to go ahead and relieve him of the decision making. As Landoon does go down again, D-Rich gets taken to about 30 health. Oath actually doing a good job here. And look at this Wildcard actually crossing the road. They cross the road and they get lit up. Oh no! Oath gets 303 and Wildcard. As Wildcard tried to send 2 across the street and now it's just Honey Badger. And here we go. Oath once again looking like they might take another Miramar win.
I mean, it's a good follow-up after dropping, three games of 0 points that they would bounce back and get themselves a win on it. But things not decided just... I mean, 4 up. I don't want to commit to saying they've won, but we're going to need to see some heroics from H-Win and the final man on Wildcard. But I just can't believe that one still let Wildcard stay on the west side of the road. It's It's obviously the star goes to Oath. There's no doubt about that. H-Win already dropping the backpack. He's in full snake mode now.
Yeah, I think maybe Wildcard assumed that Oath was having a little bit more of a problem with 303 than they ended up actually having, and they tried to send 2 over while they were fighting it, and unfortunately for them, Oath was right on time. and was able to keep an eye on there. And he's going to find a win. There goes Snakers picking up another, and now they just got to find Honey Badger. He's going to run around in the smoke.
Just spraying the smoke. It's fine.
Just spray the smoke.
Everyone shoot
happens.
the smoke.
And, okay,
He's
Honey
actually
Badger's
gonna
going to
deny.
deny the point. That's okay. I'll take it.
7
kill win for Oath.
Honey Badger working for SDK there, I guess, but I'll allow it. There's no point feeding over. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things for wildcard necessarily. But definitely for Oath. Maybe that 1 kill point is going to prove crucial.
I mean, there's 7 kills. Look, but the fact of the matter is, though, SDK does go out in 10th place, but they still managed to get 6 kills. So, same with last game, right? They went out really early, but they still managed to collect a few points. They're not going out with nothing here, right? They're leaving with a little bit of change in their pocket.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the middle of the pack right now, there's not really much you can say in terms of movement and stuff other than the prize difference. I don't think we're really, judging by the first 2 games, I don't think we're going to see a massive step change in how teams are playing, at least definitely not like I said, in the middle of the pack.
I mean, two other take-homes from this last match, or for this, last match that we're casting. This match that we just saw, Fabled, 5th place, 9 kills. Where's this, like you said, I mean, Fabled, it seems like they're super capable of having really, really good games, and then they just don't for like a long period of time.
Yeah, and I mean, not even necessarily if we talk about points, but even just the play there of actually pushing across and forcing the issue against Exodus. There was, like we said a number of times, it's going to be difficult for anybody to cross that road with Exodus occupying the position they did early on.
It was a damn good
They absolutely
push.
took it. They absolutely took it to them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you would want to see. It's a confidence push, really, from a team that's in second to last place. So you gotta love that. Yeah. And then the last thing, Sonic's 3rd place with 9 kills as well. Mime and Win actually coming in clutch. But let's see what the analysts have to say about this last game.
Welcome back. Awesome game by Oath. No more breadsticks for these boys, Cameron, as they come out with a chicken dinner and a great game, too. You said breadsticks earlier, so
I guess it took the food puns to really get them rolling. I was really worried for them, especially once we saw 303 get that full-on flank around them. But they held their own. Snakers getting that opening 2-piece especially really put them in the right spot. A little bit lower on kills than we usually see for the winning team, but looking at the terrain that they had to deal with, that open field it doesn't surprise me that we saw a lot of teams not have many opportunities to get kills without fully exposing themselves.
Clover, Sonic's 3rd place. Like, that's another team that's in the hunt that had a win last time and is still right in the mix this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of like what Cammy said there was so much open play into there. It really hurt some of these teams, but what are you going to do with it, right? We saw Sonics taking all those rotations there at the circle, trying to get as many kills as they could. Yeah, they went out in 3rd, but they walked away with 9 kills out of that match.
Yeah.
Big point totals, and that's what's going to matter right now, Cameron. As you get ready for that last Miramar match of the day, I think you guys are going to be going in there to cast it. That's what these teams are going to have to take into account, is putting big points up, even if they don't happen to get the circle working for them. But let's take a look at how teams put points on the board in the last game as we take one last glance at the highlights.
Miramar is definitely more frag heavy than Erangel in terms of getting those consistent points, but I feel like we've been getting even heavier ones of those recently, and this one is no different.
Yeah, I mean, look at this beautiful play by Fabled. I think we heard it from Hypoc and Poro. Where was this before? As well as with Oath, a couple underperforming games, a lot of 0 points, and then here we go, popping off. Great control. As now time to take a look at the Sonics. Same thing again, just getting those kills here.
A lot of smokes right now, and yeah, this circle shift that went in the way of Wildcard, yeah, it let them snake out and be alive for a little longer, but I'm ultimately not very surprised that they didn't have opportunities other than denying points to the blue. But still, good game by Oath. Good game by Wildcard to hold it off until the end as well. Same as Sonics. The top 3, I think, were all well-deserved in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. But that's PUBG, right? Top 3 are usually well-deserved because even if you didn't get the kills, you figured out how to get to a good spot in the circle. Okay, what's the exception to the rule, Cameron? When don't you deserve to be in the top 3?
I mean, sometimes you just have it's the meme, but sometimes there are games that you just hold down a compound that gets a circle every single time. You don't even peek out for getting any kills, but that's a lot more likely on Erangel than Miramar, to be fair. But I think
But I
all
don't
the
think
teams
that...
at this level certainly continue to fight for it.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at how they fought in that game, what the actual point layouts were. Clover, as we go to the scoreboards from match number 2.
Ooh, I mean, again, we talked about points and kills. Look at this. Even though Sonics took 3rd in match, 2nd here for the game just based on points alone. Fable actually climbing up to 3rd above Wildcard. As you can see, Wildcard only picked up those 2 kills. And so, again, kills. Get kills. Kills are points. Finish your kills. Steal kills. That is what you're going to need to win today.
Cameron?
I'm also looking at Fable. Despite being so low on the leaderboard, having a couple of games like this, while it is a little annoying to see that why can't they do this more often, it does at least give us a little bit of more interest into seeing how they're going to perform in the North American events, PCS events later on in the next couple of months. And Greg Shot, especially, just really coming up huge.
He has, but it almost reads as if it's the pressure, right? When they came into the start of the 4 days, maybe they felt the pressure and they underperformed a little bit, and now that sort of you got nothing left to lose, they seem to be having these moments of brilliance, Clover.
Yeah, and, you know, it's something that we kind of saw from them as well during the qualifiers, was that Fable has these opportunities to pop off. I don't know what's gotten into their head this weekend. They've been near the bottom of the pack, even when taking up 2 chickens already. You know, they've just got to be playing like this consistently. Greg Shot, I think, is a phenomenal player. We see him with damage constantly, but they've just got to keep doing it the rest of today.
Worth noting, kills and damage synced up perfectly on that board, and Primetime Mime, for the 2nd game in a row, makes the top 3. Not too shabby. Time survived. Taylor J takes the lead, Cameron, as the overall survivor, and Hwin, as he says it is cool to call him, moves into 2nd place.
Yeah, I feel like this stat is not much has changed on it, and now that we're getting closer towards the end of the event, more games, a single game isn't only going to change it too much. I'm surprised to see H-Win, though, because I thought it was Profi the last time around, a lone Sonics player, but nonetheless, H-Win is definitely leading on Nox right now.
I believe it was, but I think maybe Profi got knocked early or something happened. But, you know, Quinn moving up.
Yeah.
Nox 27. Luke 12 at 26. Vegas at 24. And Mime, who has been playing very, very well today in that 4th place position. Let's give a shout out to the Icy Flex. This is a team, an Illusion, that's been kind of quiet. We haven't talked a lot about them.
Yeah.
Look at him in 12th in the overall leaderboard. But he does manage to keep getting himself represented on some of these boards. All right, 150 points for Oath as they overtake Shoot to Kill in 1st place. 3 chickens to 3 chickens, but Clover Sonics has very, I don't want to say quietly, very aggressively climbed up to make this a 3-horse race.
Do you want to change your pick back to Sonics right now? Because I think this might be a good opportunity to consider it. They're only 10 points out of 1st spot right now, and that's only with 1 chicken as well. I mean, just brutal with kills. 93 kill points to O's 92. Shoot to Kill with the 100. I mean, look at this. When you get past these top 3 teams, it drops off. We're into the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. These are 3 very scary teams.
I mean, honestly, I got to stick it with the Oath guys, Cameron, but almost everybody picked those 3 teams to come out on top, largely because of their performances coming up to this, even in the case of the Sonics, which were off of the leader chase and are now back in it. Honestly, I thought today when we got here, it was going to be a 2-horse race going forward, Cameron, and I'm very impressed that the Sonics guys have made a strong statement.
Yeah, no, so am I. I don't want to say that they're a new roster because this ultimately is an extension of what was Cloud9 and then became Exodus. No, not Exodus, the other one.
No,
the other
Genesis
name. Genesis. There it is. Genesis.
Little Old Testament there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But the introduction in Mime and Shrimzy is just continuing to evolve right now, and I don't know if it was exactly rust or trying to slot in these new players that caused the slow start, but it's finally being locked in, and it's looking really concrete.
It Penta took you a little too long to remember those two teams, but I dig that we finally got there. That was a super deep dive reference. That said, though, I am excited to see the performance coming out of some of these teams. I do want to see Exodus. You brought them up unintentionally, but the reality is they're in 4th place, and technically, if they have a game like we saw out of Oath or Sonics in 1 and 2, they could also be right back in the hunt because the SDK hasn't defended their lead very well. That said, let's give you guys, I got to remind you, if you think you can defend your lead, if you think that you've got what it takes to play at the highest levels, or you want to just see if you've got what it takes, you got to drop in now to sign up your squad for the NA Challenger Series. Signups close on the 25th at 11:59 p.m. So if you're there at 12:01, sucks to be you. So head over to GLL right now, get signed up, and come cut your teeth because one good season away from potentially winning your share of $100,000 playing PUBG. And I got to be honest, Clover, the idea of making money to play a game that you enjoy being in is just a really cool prospect.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, we've seen a lot of people talk about over the years, how do I get into PUBG esports? How do I get involved? I'm interested, especially with the addition of ranked.
Yep.
Now coming out to live servers, guys, this is how you do it. Come join these leagues, come be a part, experience what esports is all about, and maybe we'll be able to cast you guys on the next event.
Cameron, I know that you're headed to Cast in just a minute. You're going to go to Miramar and then Erangel. Final thoughts after these 2 games as you look forward to the final 3.
I don't care if this ends up being only a 3-horse race. If everyone else stops playing and we just get to see Oath, Shoot to Kill, and Sonics put up the highest level for the next 3 games, I'd love to see that. I wouldn't mind. They're all performing great, and it's fun to watch.
Clover, final thought?
I mean, you mentioned Exodus as well. This is a team that we expected so much in the beginning, along with Zenith. And I don't know what's happening, but they're slowly falling apart. Exodus went out to Fabled in that last match. Come on, guys. Just try a little bit harder. We've got 4 of the 5 top slots for survive time from Exodus, but I'm just not seeing it from them right now.
All right. Well, that said, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back with more action. Let's saddle up for this 3-horse race and see which teams can show unbridled aggression to make their way into the top 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, thank you for returning. Break 1 is over. 2 games in the books. 3 more to go and a chance to win their share of $100,000, $25K for first place, and $100,000 for charity. And I'll go over those numbers with you in just a second, as well as the format and a few reminders that you might need to know as we go forward. Cameron and Clover are settling in for the cast on Miramar to wrap up our Miramar play for the tournament, and I will be joined shortly by Matchroom and Godspeed as they get prepped for the end of the day. But let's look back one more time at the format. So for those of you just joining us midway through, you know exactly what's happening. Miramar, 3 games. We're on the last of the 3. 2 more to go on Erangel, and as a reminder, placement points do matter, but kill points are seeming to prove to be the deciding factor. They break the ties, and they separate the behemoths from those who get crushed beneath their feet. So look for teams to get more aggressive and more action-oriented as they search for the kill points in order to get their share of the $200,000 in prize money. $100,000 goes to the teams, but the top team in that, so those 3 teams that are competing right now, whoever wins gets to choose a charity, their choice, to give $100,000 to, just like that. That said, though, they're also playing for $100,000 of their own shares, $25,000 going to first place, and then it drops down pretty aggressively from there, down to 15th and 16th, who only get $1,000 and a pat on the head from Matchroom. Not a small prize by any means. As you know, Matchroom not one to often pat heads, but is willing to do so in this instance. I'm not by myself. I'll be joined on the desk now by none other than Godspeed and the head patter himself, Matchroom. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hey. Glad to be here. Naturally, we've been sitting here talking to you guys, watching the first couple of games, and I cannot wait till we find out how this last Miramar is going to end up.
It's going to be exciting, Godspeed. What did you take away from those first 2 matches of the game, as I struggle with my words?
It's going to be close, man. I mean, STK and Oath kind of went out a little early in the first game, which opened up a huge game for Sonics to kind of catch up. But then Oath coming right back. Game 2, I kind of figured they would bring it, and really, I'm just I'm really hoping that STK can finally finish strong, because obviously, it's been an issue for them, and I hate saying it, but it's just true. They've had issues finishing in the past, and
it's fact.
I hope they can
That's
do this
the problem with it.
It sucks because we love that team, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. it's tough. I don't really know what else to say. Like, I just want
Fair enough.
SDK to finally finish a tournament, please. Please,
Well, as
guys.
Godspeed can't figure out what to say, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Use hashtag PCS Charity Showdown to share your favorite PUBG moments from Day 4 or the entire tournament. You can follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram and get all of your PUBG news at na.pubgesports.com. It's a great way to sort of let us know how you feel, give some feedback on the tournament. Little Fuzzy Steel helping to lead that observing team and doing a great job over there, so give him a little bit of love on the Twitter as well. Matchup, your pick for today was the only one of us who was not in STK, Oath, or I think it was STK and Oath was everybody except you, correct? Oh, there was one Sonics pick. You had Exodus.
One Sonics pick. I went at the Exodus at the beginning of the day. I thought that they were looking a lot stronger. I still think that they are playing significantly better than we saw them playing the first couple of days. They're just having the Herculean task of undoing, I would say, day 1 or day 2's problems. I can't remember exactly which day it was. They were kind of having a little drop-off. I still think that there's a potential for them to end up quite well, but I don't know if they're going to get that top spot.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how the top spots are falling out as we look at what we've been calling a bit of a 3-horse race. But you're right, Matt. Exodus isn't out of it quite yet. They're at 124. It is a climb, but it is not outrageously far away to get to those top 3, is it, Godspeed?
No, it's not outrageous, but I just really kind of want Matt to fess up and tell everyone why he really chose Exodus for his team pick for the day.
All right, I'll do it. I'll call it right now. It's because the fact that I seriously believe that I cast or curse anybody whenever I do a prediction, so I didn't want to pick anybody that was inside the top 3.
So you just chose Exodus. You know what? I don't care about that team.
I was
Why
gonna
don't I
pick.
just pick
I was gonna pick the 16th team, but none of you would let me pick the 16th team. I was gonna do it for the memes. It's not my fault.
Anyways, just looking at this, the leaderboard stoffies, it's pretty telling why the teams on top are the teams on top. I mean, just looking raw at skill, at the kill points. I mean, that kind of tells the whole story right there for me. Like the teams that are in the top are the ones that are literally fragging their way there. Sure, they're getting chicken dinners here and there, but often that leads to heavy fragging, getting the position that you want. Whether it's clearing your edge or holding a strong position in the center, that's going to get you the kills, and I'm not surprised.
All right, so we did talk about predictions a little bit. We kind of poked fun at Match'em already. But I want to remind everyone, I did ask you guys for these picks at the start of the day. So we'll go back over them. I've revealed yours already, but let's do it again. I chose to go with Oath today. I think that they're going to show up because not necessarily they're unstoppable, because STK seems to struggle on the final day of tournaments. Hopefully I'd be happy with any of these teams win, but that's my pick. Sure. Match'em, go ahead and reveal to us officially who it is that you predicted was going to win.
I picked Exodus. So I will say that there was more to it than just the fact of not picking the top 3. I think that this is a very strong team that we haven't been giving the most love to. We've been seeing them regularly appear in top survival. I mean, everybody keeps talking about, Profi W key and all this other stuff, but he was holding down the longest survival for quite a while. I think that we're seeing really a more controlled team come out actually right now, what I want to see is a much more active Exodus that we were expecting to see. I want them to press that.
And Godspeed, who do you think wins today?
I mean, I'm sticky with the pick that I had before the tournament. That's Oath. I really think that this is probably the strongest team here. If it wasn't for SDK's inability to finish events, I probably would have gone with them. But that just kind of still hangs in the back of my head. So it's Oath for me. I mean, sure, you have a team like Exodus that's really strong. Some of the strongest talent we've had. And then you do have Profi on Sonics, who has kind of curtailed his wildness of just holding W key, even though, he is a very mechanically talented player. He's now surviving more and putting those mechanics to better use. I just think Oath right now is kind of riding the momentum. They had a really big win in the last game, and I think that's going to help them close out the last 3.
Excellent. Now, as we head to the final games of the day, in fact, it's our last match on Miramar, do keep a few things in mind. There's more to pull out of this than just who wins the overall. These 16 teams have been invited to play in the PUBG Continental Series going forward, so they need to learn from this tournament. Teams like Fabled need to do what they're doing today, show some signs of brilliance, maybe pull out some performances, and don't just accept the bottom of the leaderboard as a reality that they live in, right? This is a learning chance that is far more intensive than any scrim could ever be, Match'em.
100%. I mean, we really want to see new teams. We want to see new players climb up, and we want to see new star performers, specifically in North America. There's tons of opportunities that are coming up. So if you really play this really well, you can make sure that your name can be cemented in for the next couple of months of play.
That said, let's head over to the last desert match of the day with our caster, Cloveron D, bringing us all of the action.
I'll allow it. It's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it.
We tried some combinations. Maybe we'll see. It's so difficult to beat out Chlorosaurus, which is Poro and I's casting.
I know.
Think of something. Chat, let us know. Help me out here. But Cammy, you and I have both kind of talked about the fact that we didn't really get to touch Miramar, and check this out. Like, finally getting some good Miramar love for the end of today. That said, I mean, there's a lot of teams that need to step it up. We haven't seen some good performance from some of them as well. What are your thoughts going on to this match?
I mean, on that note, if there's one team that I have to look at for not delivering on this final day, it's got to be Zenith. They haven't looked awful by any means, but they started this weekend with such a strong start. It would be, I know they would hate it to end outside of the top 3 after that beginning. They're in 5th right now, and that's kind of, they're right below the gap between the top 4. So I'm hoping that they can finally get it to pick up, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I definitely feel you there. There's been so many high expectations for a lot of these teams early on. We saw them come out strong out of the gate. We kind of poked fun at Sonics for not outperforming well, and now they're doing great. So, of course, that does mean, though, as we finish out Miramar one more time, I mean, some insane circles. Maybe we'll see a nice, good central circle for this last game. Good way to get some good drops in, but I don't know. Maybe Island. We'll just call it now. We'll cast or curse that out of the way. Island circle. Let's get it.
I'm sure the players would want a central circle, but if it's the one Miramar game that I'm commentating, I want one to be as wild as the Erangel games that I've had the privilege to talk about. So
yeah, well, now,
without further
ado, we're gonna
let's
find
get...
out.
Ooh.
Oh no, you go ahead. I mean,
no, by all means,
we're gonna
ladies
go ahead.
first.
All right, guys. Well, with that, we're going to find out where those circles are going as we head into match. This is our last Erangel game, not only of the day, but of this series. And look at that flight path right now on to start a little southern. But maybe I jinxed it. We might be going to Islands.
I don't know about that, but the plane route certainly is in a very, very helpful start for a number of these teams. Anyone that wants to go north, well, in fact, looking at the density of teams at the bottom, I think we have at least 1 or 2 reactionary drops, Plan B drops, just because of how southbound this plane was. I don't know how comfortable we got teams like Fabled, Exodus, Elusive, and Comets are going to be in the Los Leones and South area, but first circle, it is going to be dead center. It is going to be dead center. We finally have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, all right, I was a little worried. Island circles, water in Miramar can be a little fun. It pushes people together closely, but we want to give these guys a chance to put everything into play, and already we can start to see teams landing, grabbing vehicles, and rotating north now as we kind of take a quick look to follow along with Oath, who's grabbing a van and looking for that as well. Knowing now that more of that northern circle than where the flight path was into play is going to make a lot of opportunities and open up additional looting spots and rotations for some of these teams who, again, I mean, every match matters. Every point matters. It is so close between so many of them. As we take a quick look to the left, Oath with 150 points, Shoot to Kill with 148, Sonics with 140. That's not even a good match. That's a good squad wipe. There's just such a tight race there between those three teams. But Exodus and Zenith, 124, 108 points, 303, 107 points. They're not that far off either.
But it is getting down to the wire. There's only 3 games, only 1 Miramar, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it all before. It all depends on the execution from here on out. Watching the comments for a quick moment. As mentioned in the very beginning, off the plane path, they are not isolated. In Los Leones, Exodus are holding just south of them. But with their circle, this actually gives them the option to mess with their opponents a little bit. I don't know if they're going to want to do that. And fighting in the early game, especially on Miramar, where you have to travel further than any other map, it's not always the best choice. And I don't see Exodus going directly through Los Leones, so it would have to be a commitment if they didn't want to start something.
Yeah, and I mean, Exodus as well. I'm so baffled by this. All 4 members have the highest survive times. They are 4 out of 5 of those spots, but yet they're just underperforming. They're not getting as many kills. We're not always seeing them in those final matches sometimes, as they'll go out in 5th, 6th place. But again, they're sandwiched between so many teams. As we kind of take a look now here at Shoot to Kill as well, this is another team that sometimes just has not had good circle luck to start the day, but I'd say for right here, this is not a terrible place for them to be.
This is actually the best spot in this circle, I think, based off the plane path. They have no one above them Shoot to Kill, and so they have an illusion dead center of the circle just below them, and so they could pull north a little bit. Shouldn't be expecting too much action in the early game, but at the same time, it's SDK. You really expect them to get into those fights. Livid now, they're rotating through. They're coming in from, gotta find them on my map. They're actually relatively central, I believe. Yeah, coming in from the Monte Nuevo area, which is the ending of the previous game. Not this time around. Things change.
Yeah, I mean, Livid as well. I think another team that sometimes we'll see get caught off guard on those rotations. So to push in to the circle a little bit earlier, trying not to play the edge, that's going to be a bit helpful, because I think that's where we've seen them struggle time and time again during this weekend. This was a team that came into this invited, but I wouldn't really say that they're playing like a team that we would have expected to from Invited. Along with Clueless, kind of sitting near the bottom through much of this weekend. Right now, they're in 15th place.
Yeah, them and Sonics are actually both in a very similar area in the circle right now. And in this circle, dead center, what we're looking at is, it's not a full plateau, but it's kind of a plateau-ish area in the center of the circle. So I'm not surprised to see Livid try and take control of this area. We got Sonics coming up. They looted around this spot, but they're just positioning themselves for full control. We actually have Wildcard not too far up towards the north, and then, as I mentioned earlier, Illusion just north of them. So already we have a couple of teams vying for this central position, and center is always strong no matter what the circle is, but it's even stronger this time around strictly because of the elevation.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar is definitely one of those maps where you want the high ground. There is a little bit less coverage than you might see on Erangel or even Sandhawk with trees out of the way. Sure, we've got a couple here, but with distance, snipers out. We can see right now Chubba with that Mini 14. That is going to make placement all the more important for these squads, as we can see them with vehicles in hand, rotating, taking a look around, gathering information, realizing, all right, this is a decent spot. I think we can get to a better spot. Let's go ahead and continue to move on as they take that information and try and find the perfect zone, because, as you said, there's so much into play here that is high elevation. As we take a look at the map, you can see how many other teams had the same ideas. Nobody is scrounged around the edge. Everybody's pushing for the center.
Yeah, it is kind of what you come to expect with a center circle on Miramar. Even with a plane path as unfortunate as we had in this game, you don't really see a lot of action. We toyed around with the idea, like Comets and Exodus, but honestly, I don't expect to see a lot of heavy combat. Except, of course, if you're talking about STK. Look at this approach by Uncivil and Alo. I don't know if any vehicles were used to get up in this area. There might be one that Alo is at right now, but it doesn't matter, because Illusion, whether off of spotting STK or just a little bit of a spidey sense, they are going to back off of that position. But I do like that STK went for that spot. It's not dead center. They would have had to fight a lot of people super early on if they wanted to go to it, coming from Hacienda, but it is still a really solid spot and arguably one of the safer ones in this circle.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned about maybe being a little bit off-center. We've seen many an esports circle here on Miramar that the circle will take these hard shifts, and maybe being in the dead center, not always the most helpful. But now, as we take a quick look, it looks like Livid is getting a bit close to Sonics right now, as Ditech just out in the distance scoping, trying to get some more information, but I've got to kind of wonder, does he have information at how close they are to some other teams right now? Is Wildcard coming in a little bit low, but Exodus is going to make a lot of noise there from Sonics. It looks like we've got a trade of knocks there. Livid is actually going to pick up off this as Camden takes down Profi, but Mine, meanwhile, is going to get down Taylor J, and that's a beautiful nade there by Vegas. Is low. Oh gosh, you don't want to see that. Sonics try to take full advantage of this, but immediately Livid also paying attention. We was a little worried there in the start, but tough position now for Sonics to be in.
Caden, I think, saved that duo of Exodus just momentarily. You asked if Livid knew where they were. The minute Sonic started firing, Livid knew absolutely that there was a threat right below them, and they took that opportunity to third-party them. But look how aggressive Ditech is going. He's not just paying attention to Sonics, but he's also looking to see if he can't pick up any points from the wounded Exodus. He's spotted out, though, unfortunately. Ducked behind cover real quick. But once you spot a smoke, the chances of a player being in it are quite high. So I like the attempt for the grenade. Unfortunately, it does bounce just a little bit too far. But Exodus, not in a really, really strong spot right now. Can Caden land another?
Yeah, and I mean, again, another quick look at the map as we see it go to the next zone. Almost everybody is in this circle. I think everybody read it correctly. This was going to be a center push rotation, and that's going to give Livid a little bit more time now to work on Exodus. It's a beautiful headshot there by Caden. He's going to get venerated down, and we've talked again before the break. Exodus, can they, do something? Can they get some kills, get some points? And right now, they've got the low ground disadvantage. Livid, I was kind of worried at the start of this, is actually holding great control of this mountain as they are not allowing Exodus to take that push any closer. Fudge right now with a great line of sight, but it's going to be Taylor J that hits him down to 58 HP. Ditech, meanwhile, with a beautiful spray, trying to catch them out. But again, Exodus with this push. Livid is going to have to really be prepared for this, as now it looks like they've lost some line of sight from Taylor J. It's just come a little bit too close to their ridgeline here.
Exodus have been in shambles. I know some of the analysts here have asked, why aren't they getting as many kills as we expected? But they're fourth on the leaderboard. Really good placement points, which leads me to think that their macro has been super strong. But to see that they had the audacity to try and go center from a low ground spot and just climb upwards so late into the center game, they honestly should have expected multiple teams to be in this position right now, and they're paying the price for it.
That is great here. I mean, like you said, it is a bit of a risk and a gamble, especially when you have that low ground. You're so out in the open. As we see a nice spread here from Livid. Take another quick look. It looks like Wildcard and Shoot to Kill fighting just on the opposite end of here as we kind of look over near Power Grid. Shoot to Kill has been struggling a bit with some of these circle rotations. We've seen them go out in the mid-game quite a few times. They've already lost one player, so Purdy Curdy out already here for Shoot to Kill, but it's not a safe place either. We can hear a couple of bullets coming in from multiple directions. It looks like 303 and Illusion have line of sight here, but it's going to be Pinta that lands a hit onto the Luke 12 as they just try and find a new spot. But again, back to Livid now as Fabled, has come into third party. This Greg shot taking down Caden here.
So, again, if you want to talk about being super greedy, Livid also showed that same mindset, because that spread around Exodus, in the early game, that is fine. But the minute that second circle showed up, it looked like they committed to it way too long, and that's what gave Fabled the opportunity to sneak up behind them. That being said, Exodus are still not out of it. They leave Livid behind, but Los had the angle onto Venerated, and he's going to be bleeding out even faster because that's not his first knock. Hadcap spots H-Win, does land a tag on the following H-Win. Not exactly intended, but hopefully that smoke should allow the revive onto Venerated. Lobes drops Patrick over here. I believe this is the northwest.
Yeah, and there you have it. Looks like Clueless starting to fall apart. We can see Pistola and NHS coming in a bit close here to Maluk and Lobes as Hardshift's finding himself shot in every direction. We saw on the map earlier, every team is in this area, and as we can see as we follow each and every one of these squads, bullets are flying in every direction. This is going to be third-party central, and a perfect opportunity for all 6 team plays right now to not only take a fight right here, we see Houston versus Clueless, but, I mean, at a distance, because, oh, here comes the circle shift, and man, That is going to be really difficult for all those teams to the west who are going to have to make a push. Graveyard, Hacienda, completely empty right now.
How do you play this? Because yeah, half the circle is open, the eastern half, but it's on such low ground compared to the center and the west, where Oath are holding dead center right now. Anything below them to their east is basically open game if you're trying to just hold out there. You definitely can't fight in that location. But right now, Soup going up against Fable, trying to trade back, but instead, yeah, he's going to throw a grenade back into his own face. Second one, that one's going to work, I think.
Ooh, that is a nasty grenade.
Oh!
He's going to get the flush on a Supernova. Hella somehow survives with 23 HP as she immediately goes to pop that first aid kit. Greg Shot, however, trying to get a different angle. Will get a nade in there. Oh, it's a flash as they go ahead and take the push onto Soup. Will find him, and Fabled now getting a squad wipe, picking up 4 points. We talked earlier on Miramar. 9 kills for Fabled on that match. Now already back up to 4. Might be their new meta. Miramar has been where they've had the most success this weekend. And like Toffee said earlier, it's not just about this event. We're going to go into PCS 1 after this, and Fable's going to have to take what they have to learn from this now as Evasion X is pushed up to Clueless. But look, on the minimap, here comes Exodus coming in on the backside of Fabled. Evasion X down to 1 HP. Will get the knock and the flush to Nitrogen as he falls out. Clueless getting down to just 2 players now, but as Fabled is continuing to get tunnel vision on this Clueless fight, are they prepared for the fact that Exodus is coming up from behind them? This could be a good opportunity to Exodus to get some much needed points, try and climb out of 5th place, but they've cut off Evasion X as well. Here comes a nice nade primed there from NHS, but where is it going to land? Any damage to do? I think right now just trying to keep them off their back as they continue to look for Evasion X, who just took out their teammate. Uh-oh.
Clueless Pistola has made his way inside that compound. I mean, Fabled, if they want to show us how good they actually are, then this is a good opportunity to do so. Nades are coming in, not really finding its mark just yet. Pistola forced to jump out along the side, and Hella can't decide if she wants to pop a med or not, but takes a couple of tags. The blue is coming in. This is going to make things a little tricky, but Gregshot, I think he might have an angle. Hella does go down. A full flush as well. Gregshot not able to trade in time. Is able to drop shot onto Pistola, but where is the last number? Look to the left.
There
Caught
you
them
go.
kneeling.
I mean, Hella, I think, was thinking ahead. The blue was coming in, trying to pop up that last energy drink. It wasn't going to be enough to take it, but Greg Shot already, we see, get those 2 kills. Will get that wipe, but Exodus is knocking at their front doors to take that rotation just out of here. It is still phase 3. Greg should be able to out-heal it for now, but now he's got to be worried about how he's going to get into the zone. Sonics, Exodus, they are all right here. Pat Caps has his weapon out. He's just thinking about getting into the zone, and oh my god, another hard shift. This is going to be brutal for all the teams here on the western side of the circle.
All right, so I know I just called out the high ground that 303 are currently on, where Oath used to be as the best spot. I am not surprised to see Oath retreat from that location, but sure, it is where they currently are. It's not the best control because of elevation. It absolutely is the safest if they did want to bunker down, which is kind of in Oath's playbook. And now they get the shift onto them as well. Their position suddenly spiked up in real estate. We already have so many teams scrambling to get into the previous circle that just closed. They're going to have to continue to trek eastward. It's going to be a lot of damage in the blue this round.
Yeah, and you know, another thing too is that as these circles continue to shift, there's a very real possibility that it's going to keep going east. And right now, the Comets are kind of in that spot. So as we see all these teams to the west right now following with the Sonics, they've got to be thinking about where are we going to go. We've got vehicles that's going to spell most likely a crash. However, I think a lot of people have that same mindset now because it's starting to get even more crowded. There's very few places left to go. So these teams, the moment that they park, are going to have their guns out, ready to start shooting. As we see now, Zenith looking to fight for control of the Comets compounds. Trying to take that push here onto Graveyard. Nicely thrown nade, but it is going to fall short. Yaxley only taking, I think, a few HP of damage as Roth trying to take the push in. Lada already with 2 kills. Oh, but Sub-Zero's got a beautiful view. Will get some damage. Finds the knock onto Lada. He's down to 2 HP, but he's going to have safety to heal right here.
Zenith, they need to start coming alive if they want to contest again for the top spot in this tournament. And one of their players being knocked down isn't the best start, but they are able to slowly approach. And from what I can see on the map, no one is around them to try and third-party this. Roth has made it quite close in the Graveyard, just listening, waiting for his teammate to get the revive. But Comets, they're going aggressive as well. You already see this duo spread out from the church, trying to set up a crossfire. A very good setup, a very good start to this aggressive maneuver by Zenith.
Ooh, does he spot? I think he might have seen Kickstart. It looks like, yep, switching to that SKS, just narrowly missing out on the helmet there of Kickstart. Lada is also still close by, so this 2-2 split will help out Comets if they could just hold it together a bit longer. Yaxley is a little bit too far right now as Roth continues to make that push in, but look, throwables, nades, they've been very helpful for Comets. Zenith, however, I think they just want to climb back up, currently in 4th place or 5th place for the live rankings for this match, but you know what? Okay. This is the compound you want to play for. Comets right now, they've got to be thinking, we haven't won a chicken dinner just yet. We've got to hold this off. They've got, I think, the better coverage into here. But right now, do they have that information to survive this? It looks like Zenith is going to pick up their vehicles. I think they've called it. You know what? This is not worth fighting for. We've got to move on. Meanwhile, we could take a look. Elusive just starting to push in onto the edge of this. So it's getting very crowded in this area. We're only at phase 4. But there's so much wide open area, so finding that good and healthy coverage is going to be ideal, and Zenith taking a gamble to try and get a little bit closer to the center. Sure, they're losing some of that high ground, but this, I think, is a beautiful angle to have on the Comets right now as we wait for that Phase 5 circle to pop, which we should get here in just the next few seconds. Which way is it going to go? Oh.
It's going to go dead center, and this is amazing for Oath right now. You can see that everyone is either on the far west or the far east, and that is because dead center is a big, giant, open road. The only compound of note is Oaths, and sure, it's on the north side. Who knows how long it's going to stay into the circle, but as of now, not only are they safe, they also have potential opportunity to pick up a couple of bodies here and there. This could end up being another low-kill victory for Oath, but it could be a victory nonetheless if they're able to play their cards right.
Yeah, I mean, and again, taking another look at the edge, we've talked again about all these teams onto the west rotating. We're seeing teams fall. Dodge has fallen. 303 Esports has fallen. Now Radiance, the beautiful push, are going to be able to pull that off of McCoy getting a couple of kills in there, I think, along with Batty. But again, look, everybody really close up. We're waiting for people to try to take that push. Oath, though, has spotted out Elusive. We try to grab that other shack still inside the zone, and we're running out of places to hide. As we can see, Snakers taking a look at every little rock and mountain range. Illusion going forward. Another rotation trying to find some safety, but as you said, there's very few places left from here. And with 10 teams and 30 players still alive, it's going to be paramount that more and more of these teams start to rack up kills, clear up some areas, and make sure they can start to focus on where they're going to move next. Oath has the zone right now, but this is very far north and up to the edge. It would take a miracle for them to be here much longer, so the more they can pick up, I think the easier it's going to be for that next rotation now as we take a look at Shoot to Kill, who has found some safety up here on the mountain. But again, Alo, so close to Profi here. Might not be expecting it. It's going to take a ton of fall damage. Profi taking great advantage of that. Will get the knock and flush. That is one player down for Shoot to Kill. But now Profi needing to prepare himself for the rest of Shoot to Kills. We take a look at Uncivil. I think he's a bit pinned down right now, trying to figure out where to go. I want to hear the comms for them. This is not looking good.
I mean, a bit pinned down, that's an understatement. They are very, very pinned down. You saw what happened to Alo. This was the worry about that high ground, and it is the reason why Oath left. Sure, high ground can be important if it's in the circle, but the minute that it's removed, good luck getting down. It's just going to be a firing range for everyone else, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Luke and Uncivil just go to the blue, and it's an early call to make that. But what else can they do? Where else can they go? Profi's lying in wait right below them. They know that's a fact. Uncivil, he had an angle found on him by the Comets, which is all the way across the road at the church. Really is not much for them to do.
Yeah, and we can see as well, Illusion also with really good angles. Continue to check above and behind them. I think they might be anticipating a number of SDK to be around them, but as the circle takes one more shift, it actually is going to hold on to the mountain range for just a little bit longer. This is being very helpful for Profi. Mime as well in Radiance, who does have a small shack in the center of the zone. That means now that Oath and Elusive are going to have to worry about their next rotation, as we can see here, Icy Flex with beautiful line of sight on them, but he's continuing to check back to look for Shoot to Kill, as here comes the rotations now from Zenith and Comets, who are going to have to finally vacate the graveyard. Well, it looks like Zenith using this as an opportunity to take that fight to the Comets. D-Treats is going to get a little bit low on health, but he will find Kickstart. No knocks just yet from either of these teams, but they're going to have to do some damage to each other before they can leave, get into the zone. This is phase 6. You don't want to be in here for much longer. It won't take but just a few seconds for the zone to knock you out here.
I honestly don't know what either the Comets or Zenith can do. The best thing they can hope for right now is just to win their immediate fights, and it's going the way of Comets. It is the back and trade. Oh, I say that. Mystery actually just picked one up on the IC flex because Illusion getting torn apart. They're on the opposite side. But between Zenith and Comets, it's a lot. Luke, in the meantime, is actually able to get a couple. And it's all about what points you can pick up that right now. That's why there's so much random fighting going on. That's why I'm paying attention to the kill feed of fights that are not even on. Because no matter who wins this, they're all going to lose out once they're forced to go towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, and Comets right now choosing for a more southern rotation, trying to have a little bit of cover from this ridge line as they will have line of sight onto Zenith, who is getting picked apart by Elusive as well right now. Kickstart, the only one still standing, is running right up here onto Elusive. Oh, but he is going to be found out. He is gone. Meanwhile, Profi has also been found. Sonics are eliminated. We're down to 16 players alive in the blink of an eye, and it's not over yet, because here comes Radiance. Batty Lull been spotted out there by D-Treat. Will return the fire. Batty is going to find that knock, and there we go. Some throwables out, but they are going to fall just short. Not much to do here onto Batty Lull, but Mixer with a nice rotation is going to find it, holding on, making sure he gets that flush. Comets now with 2 kills, but I think this is a good place to have, considering this zone. The rest of Radiance, however, stuck in the central compounds. Uh-oh. And Waldo has been found by Sub-Zero, so Comets really taking this one back for them. I was concerned at first, but I think they left at just the right moments. Meanwhile, it's going to be Illusion that's in a bit of a trouble. I don't think Ranger realizes that Luke 12 is walking in behind him as well.
Revive is happening. I'm surprised that Oath were able to stay. Well, now it's 3 up because Wolf does go down. But you can see that their cover has been basically ripped away from them. Comets stealing. Radiance were in a split. Comets found that location on the southeast side. The circle shift is going to pull away from them. That's not very surprising. So the Comets, they have a good line of sight onto everyone, but they need to land those shots. You already saw them deal some heavy damage to the Radiance members that are in the circle. That's a shack that has a big, wide open angle towards the Comets.
Yeah, and Los really doesn't have anywhere to go without exposing themselves to everybody else there to the west. Oath, Illusion, Luke 12, all watching Radiance's compound right now. And as the smokes come out for the Comets, as they look for that rotation to get them in the zone, we can see all we've got right now are rocks and boulders. And they're going to have to get to one of those places successfully. With 11 players alive, Comets are 3 men up. That means that they're going to have to start taking players out to give themselves a little bit more breathing room to get into the zone as it's getting closer and closer to the shack. Oh.
There it is.
Yaxley.
I was wondering how they were going to get into the circle for free, but Illusion weren't peeking them. They were putting so much pressure on the Radiance that Radiance didn't want to peek them, and so they just popped a couple of smokes and just went for it. They were all... Okay, they're losing a lot. They're finally losing a lot of people. Now it is just Victor. But the fact that Victor was able to make it into a defensible or pronable position, I should say, is shocking.
Yeah, and kudos on Radiance as well to try to keep an eye on that, pick up what they could from it. 7 kills for them right now with Los and Waldo still stuck in this shack. We're at phase 7. We've got one more circle, and then it's going to be the center dot on the center of that zone. So I think really, to me, with these 5 teams, with this placement, we've got Illusion up on the side. We've got Luke 12 up there as well. If the circle goes any bit east, these are going to be 2 squads that are in a lot of trouble. I really like Oath positioning right here, as we can start to see Snakers go a bit wide, trying to get some more information, get a little bit closer on Radiance, maybe into some throwables range. Throwables have been brutal this weekend, and we can't discount one nice nade into that shack as enough to take out all of Radiance, but Illusion, I mean, we've still got to worry about Luke 12 off to their south.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that Luke is still alive. We didn't see exactly how they were able to remove Profi, who was the shark lying in wait right below them. They lost Purdy, I believe was his final teammate before that end. But then Circle, where is it going to go? It's going to shift up. This is great for Oath. They might have lost Wolf. They might have lost a compound. But especially with Snakers so far forward, they have control. But he's worried about the risk of being taken apart, so he is now going to fall back to his teammates. He's still on a little bit of a spread position. It's just 1 rock back. But the nades are coming out from Victor, as you mentioned. Throwables in the shack. They're easy to land, but none of them are going inside.
Oh,
Instead,
there you go.
it's just going to blow up the vehicles, and Waldo's going to go down in the flames. It's just Los HD remaining. He's going to toss out his own smokes for defense because he's going to have to leave shortly.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's really helping out Victor right now is that Illusion is so preoccupied with Oath. He's still in a very obvious position. So taking out one person, if he could just get the rest of Radiance out, that Shack's going to help him out here. But Free Me Please continuing to look for Luke 12. They've been watching for him for the last few circles. There he goes. Luke 12 is going to find one knock, a nade out, or excuse me, Molly's out, nades out, trying to get the flush here onto Illusion. I think Ranger might have just caught on fire. Oh my god, Ranger trying to return the mollies as well. It is just raining fire up here as Free Me Please gets flushed out, and Ranger trying to hold on his own here, avoiding yet another molly. Luke, how many do you got here?
I think he's out. You have to imagine that he's out at this point. And the fact that Ranger wasn't tagged by a single one or spotted by Oath is a miracle. He's going to trade back onto Oath. It's a little bit of calling too much of attention to himself, but at this point, there was not much else that he could have done. Victor does finally go down to Los, but final phase, it's going to be Oath and 2 solos. Surely they can't lose this one.
No, and I mean, we've talked time and time again about Oath's ability to be very patient, not overly step their bounds, I mean, this is where they're great, right? They're going to hold together. They're not going to fall apart, hopefully. But right now, Reload focusing on Batty Lull. Oath with a good split, making sure half the team's focusing on Luke 12 as well as he's rotating in. We can hear the shots out, but again, Reload still trying to spot him. As we take a quick overhead view as the circle closes in, Luke and Los still on the edge of the zone. Oath, great position. This is what you want to see. Meanwhile, it looks like Los has spotted Luke 12, gets him down very low, can't get the flush, but Luke's gonna find it there. Down to 6 HP. Will have time to pop up this first aid, but he's got to worry about all 3 members still up for Oath. And they, I think, have the more comfortable position zone. As look, Relo is waiting for that peek, but Luke is going to take himself out. He had one more molly in the bag. And Oath, first place, only 4 kills, but still greatly played all the same from that. So, I mean, wow. What a great way to end out Miramar. Shoot to kill and throwables. Name a more iconic duo. Luke 12 must have had 20 Molotovs in that bag there.
Just looking at that shoot to kill versus Oath game, that's actually that game alone is a very good comparison between the 2 teams. Shoot to kill are a lot more action focused, and they do tend to get more kills, but they also lose a lot of their own. In the meantime, Oath, on the other hand, they play safe, they play conservative. They had the high ground in the center around phase 2. The minute it pulled towards the west, they recognized that, sure, they could hold that position on the high ground and get into a number of fights to potentially pick up a lot of kills, but instead they just said, screw that. You guys can all fight while you come this way, fight for this ridge. We're going to go to the safe spot and just hang out, sip some martinis, put our feet up, and we'll take the placement points for free. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of talked about it as well. When you're up on that mountain, coming down from that mountain, that is going to hurt. It hurt Illusion. We lost a lot of members to shoot to kill. Sonics as well as Profi took out both Kurt and Uncivil, unfortunately falling himself as well, trying to come off that mountain. Oath reading that, rotating out wide. We saw a lot of teams go to Graveyard. But again, Circle pulled away from Graveyard. Now they're caught out in the open, and that's what makes Miramar circles so interesting and sometimes really important as well about creating your own cover. Something we saw Radiance do a lot of with that shack as they put cars blown out. Really good coverage. Try to hold it as long as they could, but again, just that Comets, Illusion, and Oath view onto them made it a little bit more difficult for them to get anywhere from there.
I think more than anything, though, it just shows how important it is on Miramar to just take the kills while you can. It's why we saw Livid go so aggressive in the early game once they saw the opportunity. It's why we saw Fabled. But enough from us. Let's go talk to the desk right now.
It's fight night, baby, as the top teams continue to fisticuff for the big prize. Oath comes in first matchup, but STK on the back of Luke the Snake with a backpack full of Molly crawls his way into that winner's club and puts up some big numbers. Godspeed. What an end to that match. And I think I kept hearing you yelling in the back as we were watching this, like, why is Luke still alive?
Is that what I was yelling? No, actually, what I was saying is it was a comment that you made. Was, man, if I'm going to a rave, I want to go with Luke. You know what I'm saying? He is the man to take with me. I don't know how many Molotovs he had in the back of his bag, but that was insane. Plus, he had the insane clutch kill on Los. That was impressive.
That was
as well.
nutshot. That was absolutely nuts.
Well done.
It was
So
a
I
hell
love
of
the
a
fact
shot.
that we're getting down to the nitty gritty. We've got Oath shoot to kill first and second places. Sure, Oath didn't walk away with a ton of kills, but Luke getting 5 and Civ getting 2 is absolutely huge. It's still going to make it very close towards the top.
Yeah, great plays. We saw a lot of mollies from Luke and good rotations from Oath. Let's see if they show up on the recap. Let's go to the highlights.
Highlights, baby. We love
bet we're going to see a couple of Molotovs. Greg shot going for the spray. Back over here. Team Blues makes a step up. Nice little drop down. Gets the shots on one angle. Decides to take it a little bit aggressive. Steps out. Knows where to go. Takes him down quick and easy. And then we've got the fight with Comets back over at the church.
Nice shots coming out from Victor. He's going to get the knock there and the flush-a-roni. But Comets running into a little bit of trouble here. Victor tried to get across. They were able to get the lull of baddies right around this corner, but only made it in with one left towards the end of the circle. Relo, meanwhile, the nutter butter from Oath, hitting some insane shots. God, that kid is good.
Oh, we're barely missed out on that shot from Luke 12 back over towards Los. So clean. I like this. Realize it's close. Don't give up that extra point. Sacrifice it out. That way you can deny that point. Solid planning out coming up and shoot to kill.
I feel like that was an instance in which denying a point really has huge impact. I feel like in the last game with wildcard, it's sure whatever you could argue, it may have helped SDK or not helped Oath, whatever. But like in that specific situation when it's team number 1 versus team number 2, that was a very good play by Luke. I agreed with it 100%.
Also, that he had the foresight to know that, like, in that situation, they're going to be rushing me. Throw the molly down just for that extra tick, just in case, because you know they're on that hunt. You know that deny when you see those stats is not far off. So he makes sure that no matter what, he's going down. So very clean, especially when you talk about winning that big prize at the end of the day matchup. That point, imagine, like, let's keep this in mind, because if that ends up being the difference between hoisting the big check and not, that could be a $10,000 self deny.
There would be no salt involved in that on social media. I'm willing to bet Twitter would be perfectly fine and calm. But let's take a quick look on what we've got going on inside that last round. We've got Oath coming up with 14 total points, but look at Radiance picking up so many kill points, actually managing to tie it up with Shoot to Kill, picking up 13 points apiece. But look, that 1 point could be absolutely huge. Again, there's only 1 point separating on this right now. It could have been 2 coming up for Oath.
Can be a big deal. Radiance does put up a good thing, but it's too little too late. What are you going to say? Godspeed, lay it on me.
I was just going to say, Shoot to Kill, like a very heroic effort from Luke. They are not letting Oath pull away, even with a win there. And only 4 kills. Oath obviously was also fighting a very difficult situation and getting in. Only 1 point difference, my goodness, between Oath and SDK. It's nuts.
It's not going to show on the kill damage, but I do want to give a shout out to Fable. The 7 kills, no placement points on that last match. They seem to be taking this seriously and not being okay with their position. They're coming out looking for frags, and I respect that. Now, kills and damage, Luke 12 with 5, despite the fact that he snaked for a large portion of this game and was basically playing solo. I guess this is what it looks like when he streams ranked. Am I wrong?
Not wrong at all. I mean, we saw Shoot to Kill have to make a very difficult rotation down where they had to jump across those different the high ground positioning, and really every single time they dropped down, somebody spotted them out. Time survived. It's going to be Snakers up at the top of it, then we're going to have H-Win back behind that, and still just a ton of Exodus players falling up in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
They're just Live Lords, man. I don't know what to tell you. Live Lords, but unfortunately they're not getting enough kills to kind of make that survival rate really kind of worth it. Yeah, it is.
I mean, this is not a game where you don't just live long and prosper. You have to live long and get the kills if you're going to pull ahead. And you can see Vegas, despite being in the top 4 for knocks, Exodus just isn't translating those engagement knocks to kills, and I think that's what's causing them to fall behind. I did see, I think I saw Psylogic in the chat earlier talking about we can't quite put our finger on what's not clicking. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's these engagement knocks that just aren't coming all the way through.
Well, see, I often find whenever we look at knocks, you can start to get a feel of what's going on with certain teams. Usually the teams that are getting a lot of knocks but not translating that into kills are the ones that are always under pressure and fighting 2 to 3 different teams at a time. But look at this. We have a still tight race up on that leaderboard right now.
This is a wowza, baby. I mean, shoot to kill denied 1 point, so that could have been a bigger lead from Oath. They keep it within 3 as we go into the final 2 games of the day, and those 2 matches, Godspeed, are on Erangel. Who holds the trump card between Oath and shoot to kill going back to the island?
I mean, shoot to kill, like they've been good on Miramar. They've always been good on Miramar, but I've always felt like they've really kind of scramble to get the most points out of Erangel. I think they're a really consistent team on Erangel, and I think this is going to be potentially their chance, but Oath has not been letting up off the gas either, so I'm not even sure, but you can't even count out Sonics. Sonics could have 2 huge games, and all of a sudden, they're also in the running for this. So this is exactly the type of finals that we want to see. This is exactly the type of team, the type of teams that we want to see gunning for the championship, so to speak, the ones that are really pushing for it. And I think we have a fantastic, I would say, top 3 teams contending in the very last 2 games for the winner here. It's great. I love it.
I mean, matchup we talked about yesterday with Oath sort of coming into today, that they struggled on Miramar at the end of yesterday, and then they come out here and they are just like pedal to the metal, gas on the fire, burning on Miramar. That's got to be worrisome if you're STK looking forward at Erangel, where Oath, I think, had a pretty good yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Well, Oath is one of those teams that is very knowledgeable on how to make sure to capitalize on what's happening inside the circle, specifically around them. They're starting to have a very good head on how to navigate, how to get into positions, and know where they want to play from, and know exactly what their strengths are. Meanwhile, on the other side of that, shoot to kill very often tends to perform Miramar. I know we often talk about them on Sandhawk as well, but tends to be a little bit more quiet on Erangel whenever we see them really just trying to get something out of it. Now, we also do know they do a lot of studying. So, what does shoot to kill potentially got in the bag? What trick can they potentially pull out? Because if there's one team that can pull out some strategy that we've never seen them use before, I believe it could be shoot to kill.
Absolutely. They study and they rise to the pressure, and they're up against a team that they've had a chance to get to know from previous tournaments. They spend a lot of time studying them, so this is not a bad situation to find themselves in. Guys, you're about to leave my desk. You're going to head to casting later in the tournament. Give me a 1-sentence thought from the takeaway from the last game going into the next one, Matchroom.
Oh, God, can we keep making it shoot to kill versus Oath for the end game every single time to find out who's 1 and 2? I would love that. But really, it's just eyes on rotations. We do not want to see either one of these teams go out early, so they got to keep it clean.
Sorry, Godspeed. Matchroom gave me a run-on sentence, so no luck for you. We'll see you guys in game shortly, but let's head over to Cameron and Clover as they give us the call on the first Erangel match of the day.
Oh, hello. Hi, welcome back. It's us again. Yeah, so 2 more Erangels. That's it for Miramar.
I'm excited. I mean, started off Erangel. I started off with Erangel for day 1. We saw some insane circles to come back and end it through the end of this tournament. It's exciting. That said, some teams have kind of talked about do perform or feel more comfortable on Erangel compared to Miramar. We've got a little bit better cover here, more trees, more places to kind of sit out without being caught out from a sniper across the map. That could maybe help some of these guys who were just performing under the mark.
So, before these matches started today, I did log and tally the success rates of Oath and STK on Miramar, just because I knew that would be a talking point going into the very beginning of the day. I didn't do it for Erangel. I don't know why I didn't do it for Erangel. I didn't expect it to be, let's call it a 2.5 point race, because Sonics aren't out of it just yet, but it really is just Oath and shoot to kill neck and neck. I didn't expect it to be this close towards the end on Erangel. I thought it was kind of going to be decided more or less, at least between those 2 teams on Miramar, but no, they were both trying their best to put up the numbers. It's a 3-point difference. I'm excited. I'm also excited to see if Sonics can still put up those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a good possibility that they can, as we now go ahead and go into the match. Here comes the plane, and it is game start here for match number 4 as we switch over to Erangel. And you know what? I like this flight path. Look how much is in play. Look how far north we have teams going. This is a good way to start it off.
It is, but Aragel has been wild this event, so I am not saying anything until we see the first circle. As far as we know, it could be a Zarky. We haven't seen that in a while. I don't think we've seen a North Stalber yet either.
Maybe Everest. You know, we had an Everest circle quite yet this map. I know we've kind of touched it a little bit early on, but as the teams start to land and get ready for that first circle pop, again, you know, look at this. We've got a couple of people bunched up. No real threats.
Oh, yes!
Oh.
Again, every single time. This is our third military potential. This is like our third or fourth potential military island.
It's got to go ferry,
circle.
right? Surely
this is like our first
not...
split. At some point, it does have to go north. I don't actually know exactly how every single Erangel map like this has turned out, but this is an insane amount of split circle ones. It's an insane amount of even potential military base finishes, and Exodus are loving it.
Oh,
they have been relying on placement points, and we're going. Okay, guys, all right, calm down,
I think they're loving it a little bit too much there. Oh, but you're right. I mean, Exodus has been dropping into Sosnovka Island. They've been going to military complex. This has been every little bit of home for them on military. And with that circle popping immediately south, not wasting any moments as they try to pick up every vehicle and get back into the zone. And again, time again, we need to see them step it up on performance. They are falling lower and lower down the leaderboard, losing that ability to come back into clutch, as 303 has also found some home here on Military Island. Landoon, up ahead of the rest of her squad, has not found a helmet just yet, but there's still time to loot. But again, with a circle like this, you've got to wonder how quickly all these teams are going to start making those rotations, set up those bridge camps, try to catch the next ones off guard.
Yeah, 303 making the smart, immediate, reactive decision to come down onto military base early. They usually have looted around Milta City itself, which is, as you all know, really, really close to this particular area. They immediately set up shop. I don't know if they're going to stay around here. We've seen a couple of teams early to the island push towards Radio Tower. I think I already see Lush going that direction, maybe for loot. This is a split circle. It's not officially Military Island just yet. As far as we know, it could go all the way back north. So it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to just kind of spread out a little bit and, you know, play their chances for whichever way it might go.
Yeah, and I mean, now we kind of take another look here on Comets as well, right? This is a team who's choosing to stay on main island, but they're trying to stay as far south as they can. There's still a possibility that this circle could go ferry pier, maybe touch just the edge of Primorsk, but nope. Or maybe we're crossing. Like to see as we kind of take another look at the map. There's still plenty into play. Oh, it's getting crowded here. Hard shifts waiting for him.
Yeah, this actually won't be the first time that Comets and Hardships have crowded around this bridge momentarily, and I think the Comets, they've had a tendency to sort of camp this. They are going all the way across. Only 2 of them so far, though. The other 2 might stay back. They might be trying to control both sides of the bridge, which is a greedy play because the Hardships are continuing to arrive behind Maluk. I think a couple of shots actually pulled out at a couple of their members, but D-Treats, everyone from the Comets, they're able to make their way across. Maluk wasn't able to do some heavy damage just yet. And now the Hardships, they're going to be the ones controlling the north side of the West Bridge.
Yeah, and it's what you want to see, right? This, in my opinion, I think this is the best position to hold. 303 is just a bit too far east for me on Military Island. They're watching the East Bridge, but the West Bridge, I think right now, given the circle stance, is going to be the safer bet for some of these teams. D-Treats right now with the boat, not quite sure what he's hoping to pull off, but again, keeping an eye on this western part of the zone. Ferry Pier still looking a little bit empty, and I think it'd be very beneficial for some of these teams to take that onto here, as D-Treats is going to cross. I mean, this is so open to Houston. If they just take a quick look across the river, they could take a shot here, but it looks like Sonics are now moving in to get a little bit close, and they're going to have to start their defense. You talked again about this is a great place to gatekeep. This is a good way to stop those rotations happening from these other squads, pick up some points, and as Sonics make a lot of noise coming in, Houston being very patient, waiting for this. Here comes Shrimsy. I don't know if he's quite yet ready to run into Chubba here. Oh. Oh,
Chubb is waiting. He hears the bike. It's free. It's a free down. He gets tagged by the bike. So there was an opportunity for Shrimsy there, but unfortunately, the dive onto the lighthouse, it's not going to work out for him. However, this does give information to the Sonics. How they play off of it, that's the decision for them to make. Do they want to go aggressive onto this? Do they want to try and find some kills? Or do they want to play safe until the second phase starts? Remember, we still have no clue what side of the strait this circle is going to be on.
Yeah, and I mean, that is exactly it. Information gathering, not committing to one side of the island or the other fully yet to get caught off on that rotation. That's a good play from them, but as we wait for that phase to close, another look at Elusive, who tried to find some spot here on the southern part of the island. It looks like Wildcard tried to get in on this. Honey Badger pushed a bit too far, was knocked, but here comes Keenan now, pulling his US a bit closer. Not quite in res range yet, but enough to try to put the pressure onto Elusive and keep Honey Badger alive a bit longer. But Innate is going to find out Keenan. Beautiful headshot with that Cart 98, and that's 2 players down for Wildcard now. As this 2-2 split has really faltered for them. Great push by Elusive now. As you can see, Fizzle rotating, looking to get those finishes. JLday will find Honey Badger, but Fizzle trying to find Keenan and secure that kill, that knock. It's only phase 1, and it's a good play here from Elusive, who's been struggling so far this weekend near the bottom of the leaderboard.
That was just an ambitious attempt for a revive onto Honey Badger. He was arriving late. Honey Badger had 0 cover, was crawling out in the open. There was more than enough time for Elusive to get the revive in safety behind those rocks. So Sharpshot's trying to find something. I believe that's T-Sock up on the flank, but wasn't able to get a knock there. Maybe if they're able to finish that, that could lead to some better defense. Over here, though, Fabled driving up next to STK. They're able to 180 around and pull away from this. This is, of course, around Quarry. Just to the east. We don't see a lot of Quarry action in play. I think STK right now are just setting up shop, trying to watch for rotations coming in from the north.
Oh, and this is a good way to hold what's currently the northwestern part of the circle as we continue to wait to see whether or not it crosses the water, but back again, clueless. This is another team that we've really been wanting to see more out of. It looks like they have spotted out Radiance, are trying to work on the gatekeep. This is a very open spot in shelter. We see oftentimes teams try to hold, prevent those rotations, but Radiance is not going to wait for it all, taking up that look towards Milta. And, you know, Radiance, I don't want to say that I'm fully disappointed in them, but I've questioned some of their decisions when they get to this point, and I think it's going to be really paramount to see where they touch down as to whether or not it's going to make or break them. They need a good match, and Los. Uh-oh. Oh. It's all right, buddy. Recover that. He's good, everyone. There we go. Radiance, however, continue to push themselves into the zone. Milta has already been abandoned. As we get our next circle pop, let's take a look, see where it goes, Cameron. Oh.
Oh, God, it's another good one. It's another split. I'm pretty sure we know where this one is going. It would have to require a hardship shift towards the north for it to go back towards the main island. This is, I want to say, 80% a military island circle, and Exodus are loving it. Comets are loving it. 303 are absolutely loving it. Everyone else, they are in misery right now. How are Radiance going to get across? Zenith are already here, lying in wait. Again, like, I don't know, like the rats that they have been this entire game. Mystery crawling around trying to find an angle. He might find a free one onto McCoy, or even Waldo just ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, Mystery has really lived up to his name, mysteriously showing up in places, staying alive, being very quiet, and at the very last moment, poking his head out and finding those kills. This is what made Zenith so scary in the start, but they've just kind of lost it in the bit. So now as we take another look here, more teams rotating shots. They're from Clueless on to Dodge. I don't think he's going to quite land anything there as Monty kind of struggling to fall back behind, but again, we've got to go far west. We've got to cross, and I think boat is going to be the game here to play. You don't have very many opportunities. There's 2 bridges. You can swim or you can boat, but 4-man into 1 vehicle is tricky. We saw multiple times this weekend boat explosions taking out a whole team, so that is going to be a risk for them. They should be able to pull it off as, look, Mystery still at it. So close to Waldo, who is definitely none the wiser here. For Mystery, you gotta take the shot.
Peek out.
Just take
Get
it.
the spray. He's waiting for him to get into the vehicle. Should be an easy one. He lands one tag. There it goes. a little slower on the full knock than I would have expected, but he was able to find one. The lone Radiance player that is lagging behind, and what do the rest of Radiance do? They can't stop to trade. They have to continue on that bridge and to make their way across. Looking at Illusion right now, they're following up where Dodge, I believe, had just left. And I think Dodge took that only boat in this area, so Illusion might be forced to go across that very, very same bridge. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the rest of Zenith, we're looking at Mystery, but Zenith are all still alive. If I'm not mistaken, the rest of Zenith are also on the other side of that bridge, lying in wait for the Radiance and now Illusion.
Ooh, I mean, all right, Mystery, kudos to that. Not only did he end up getting a car out of this as well, but he should be able to come back and rejoin his mates, help take out what's left of Radiance, and maybe stop the last of this rotation as see Mystery trying to keep up with the bridge, providing some extra cover. Now we take another look over here at Sonic's, another boat that has pushed down. But as we kind of take another glance even further on, it is Exodus, who's actually in a compound that we've seen them in a couple of times this weekend, trying to hold the zone, get a little bit prepared. In fact, this is looking very familiar. We've got Shoot to Kill up on the hill. We've seen this before again. We've had so much military action this weekend that you have to wonder, are these teams falling into habits, or are they thinking ahead now as Radiance caught out in the blue and by Zenith on this rotation? Oh, I think McCoy's got to be panicking just a bit. Not quite sure what's going on. Kickstart gets him down very low. It's phase 2. The blue isn't going to be terrible right now, but McCoy does need to stop and think about healing. As now Mystery here to join the party, waiting for what's left of Radiance. And another look at the zone.
Ooh, oh my god! Okay, so we know exactly where this is going to end, but it's not very fun. Only half of the circle is playable, and so there's going to be a lot, once again, just like those Miramar games, it's going to be a lot of fighting for those limited spots. Mystery does get taken out by McCoy. Radiance are able to stay as 2 up, but this fight against Zenith, both of these teams want this to end as quickly as possible, because we basically know exactly where this is going to end. They want to be able to get an opportunity to get there first, and because of that, Zenith, they're pulling off. They dealt enough damage to Radiance. They're fine. They're going to drive forward, but what are Dodge going to do about it? They made their way across in a boat, but they might have Kickstart pinned down.
Yeah, Kickstart, Leda coming in right now, very quiet. Can see them try not to make too much noise, but unbeknownst to them, here comes Dodge in waiting. Fina is going to find one. Kickstart getting a little bit close to Monty there. Can't find the knock just yet. Crop trying to get into it. Ooh, Monty. Reno, there we go. We'll get another knock. That's 2 players down for Zenith. And I think they got just a bit too comfortable with their push onto Radiance, and it's going to hurt them here as Dodge is doing a great job now of holding the east part of the zone. We're in phase 3. This is a good angle to be at. Like you said, so much water is into play.
Ooh. SDK, they were on the hill just south of where they are now, overlooking Exodus, but they've pushed up north, and now they're trying to overtake Hardshift's compound. This compound is in the circle. It's not in the center, but it's a spot in the circle, and beggars cannot be choosers, especially in a phase like this, in a zone like this, and they're rushing forward. Livid is going live in the kill feed, but it's all about this push right now. They're getting peppered down by Clueless across the water. That's not making things comfortable, but Civ, on such low life, he's able to make his way inside. I think all 4 members of SDK are ready for this full-on assault.
I mean, yeah, if you're Houston, you don't want to let people come in to push, especially a team like Shoot to Kill, who is not only out for blood, but I think has a strong positioning here. But Fabled might come to mess this up for Shoot to Kill. Luke 12 has gone a little bit wide, and now Luke 12 having to stop turning all this attention to Houston and now focus on Fabled, who stopped up onto the bridge. As we can see him right now trying to figure out, all right, what do? I can't help out my teammates. I've got to watch up here, make sure that they don't walk up in from behind us. So wait for what's left. There comes Evasion X. There comes Hella. Fabled now. It's actually going to pull away from this compound, hold the opposite edge. I think that distraction was enough to get Houston involved. Here comes the nades. Lobes primed, ready, and thrown. Is it going to be enough to do any damage? Finding Alo into the window. Alo's going to land some damage back there onto Lobes. This is going to be nade after nade here between both of these teams. Shoot to Kill. Wonder if Luke 12 has mollies in pocket like we saw there on Miramar. They're right now setting up, waiting for this fight here with Houston. We've got a few seconds left till the circle goes, and I think that's the information that these 2 squads are waiting for. Finally pulling away from the water. They don't have to move just yet, but now they're on the edge of the zone. As we kind of need to figure out, with this many players still alive, all on the edge, where they're going to go from here.
STK really want to finish hard shifts, because hard shifts, you can see on the minimap, they do have Maluk out of the compound, sort of ready to help usher them in closer towards the center of the circle. STK, they need to fight through the hard shifts. Maluk is coming back to join them. They want to set this up as a true 4v4, or rather a 4v3 right now, because Luke has yet to join up with STK. He was so distracted by Fable, but I like the rotation, the movement that Luke is employing right now. STK, they haven't moved forward, though. They're waiting for an opening that hard shifts are going to give them.
This is a smart play as well by Luke. He's been very mindful of Fabled's position through all of this, trying to rotate to get away from that, but he is going to get spot out by Greg Shot. Fabled immediately going for the finish. Meanwhile, Oath finds Zenith. They are out, but back again. I mean, edge of the zone. Here we go. Sonics, Livid, another two teams that have fight it out. Livid was able to get a wipe earlier, but now it is Mime, Profi, Hwin. We're kind of stuck into this. Livid with the high ground. Getting spot out is actually, whoa, Hella from afar. Evasion X getting some picks up onto here. It is so crowded. Beautiful shot there by Ditech with the arm.
He's going to go for another. Is he going to be able to spot out Profi? He's waiting for Profi to leave. We pull away from that because Clueless are getting absolutely lambasted by Fable on the top of that hill. It's a big old fight for this western ridge. Patrick's trading back in kind. But I don't know if he's going to be able to revive Nitrogen, because here comes Hella on the push behind the vehicle. Hella finds the angle and Fabled 5 kills, but they've lost 2 of their own members. Sonics, in the meantime, are eliminated by the hands of Livid.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked. Where was Fabled? Where was this Fabled all weekend long? Taking great advantage of that. Hella picking up a couple kills. 5 total right now for Fabled. They've got a nice position on the edge of the zone. They should have the angled here on Livid as Ditech takes a double back, making sure nobody walking in on him. You don't want to get caught from people in the buildings as the blue starts to close slower and slower. But now Livid realizing, all right, our next threat is Fabled. We can't push any far east until we know that it is clear from the spot. Ditech, though, is getting uncomfortably close to Fabled. Evasion X is up. So we've got 2 players here for Livid, 2 players here for Fabled, and Fabled with a crate, so hopefully not too distracted. Livid could take advantage of this, but here comes Evasion X. Ooh!
A bit lazy, a bit sloppy of a peek, and he's gonna go down. He didn't even have his gun ready, I don't think, and then, well, panic jump. That's an easy arc to expect, and now it's just Hella, 1 versus 4. Grenade thrown out, doesn't find anything, and now she's spotted by Ditech. He's trying to go for more. Already 8 kills for Livid. And that's going to be 9.
Soup finding her out. Fabled is gone. Shoot to kill also gone. We're down to 9 teams, 30 players left alive, and what you expect to see on a circle like this with so much water into play, as all of these insane fights. We're only into phase 4, and yet so many players have fallen. As we wait just a few more seconds to see that next circle shift, we take another look back to the east, and it is crowded over here. I think people trying to avoid all the action and fighting we heard. Here comes the map, and oof, there we go. These teams are in a healthy position, but Radiance, look at them, pinned between 3 different squads here. Yeah. Oath is going to find out one player. It's Los. He is knocked and flushed out of the game. Oh, Radiance falling apart. What is happening here? 1 player's still up, and it is McCoy. But here comes Oath looking for that push. Relo finds him. And it's going to be Wolf, excuse me, with the Scar L. And that's it for Radiance. Down to 8 teams. But no break for them just yet, because here comes Dodge.
Here's the big elephant in the room. Oath certainly saw SDK get eliminated, and they've been neck and neck this entire time, but SDK going out so early, this is a big window of opportunity for Oath to get the lead, extend that lead before the final map. But as you mentioned, what are Dodge going to say about it? Pushing forward, Finn is spotted out, he takes a quick tag, and he is forced to fall back, and actually not behind cover, because Oath have the crossfire onto him.
Yeah, I mean, before the start of this match, Oath was ahead by 3 points. As you said, looking for every kill. Relo has found Finna, is going to get a couple of hits. Can't quite secure that knock just yet, but Oath trying to keep Dodge from moving any farther into the zone. So we can start to see, looks like a couple players going wide. Reload continuing the pressure right now onto Monty with that Mini 14. But again, not getting tunnel vision onto this fight. We can see them continuing to check their backside, making sure nobody's walking up on this. That is good communication here from Oath. But Hard Shifts, meanwhile, have managed to find a small little shack in home, but Elusive waiting for them on the other side of the streets, along with Wildcard.
Hard shifts. They were able to defend against STK with 0 full casualties. Their meds look quite low, at least judging by Maluk, but they were able to find a compound. It's a good start. Maluk's pushing forward, trying to find an opening and a small tag on the elusive player, but no knock. And they're trying to go aggressive because the circle is closing in and they're on the edge. So the chances of them still being in the circle at the next phase are very, very low. And the every single thing that they can do to loosen the opposition towards the center, they're going to try and take it.
Yeah, and it'd be really, what can you do, especially with so much high ground into play here, as we take another look at Elusive, who is also kind of in that same situation, continuing. It looks like spot out, Pinta low. Pinta trying to set up the shot here, but Fizzle's going to find him one more time, one more shot. That's all it's going to take to get this knock. Wild card, really, not great. There you go, Fizzle with the knock and flush. 10 seconds to go until this phase closes, and all three squads, because it looks like Illusion also with player up top to the north, are going to have to think about crossing the street, getting up to the high ground, and we've got teams waiting for them here. The circle's going to be a little kind in that regard.
It's going to be kind of 3-0-3 especially, but what is Lush doing? Lush is full W keying onto Livid by himself. He even gets a knock and he's gonna fall back. I was gonna say before he gets too greedy, but I think that just that push alone by himself with his teammates holding down their previous position in that compound is already just brazen. How is he getting away with this?
I mean, especially, look, he's rotating back to his teammates in an open area, but all this noise that 303 is making is going to continue to attract the attention of Oath. Right now, Oath's been very quiet, very patient. We've seen this time and time again from them out of these types of circles, not overextending themselves to dodge, but making sure that they don't get surprised either. We can see Snakers continuing to check, making sure that they haven't gone wide, they haven't surprised them. I think they're aware of 303's position, but waiting for that right moment to rotate in is, oh, Houston.
It's unfortunate to see, but it's ultimately not surprising. That was going to be a hard push. There wasn't a lot of cover that you saw between them and Elusive. Elusive could just stay inside their compound. So a noble attempt, but the cards were certainly stacked against them. At least they picked up a good number of kills leading into that. It shouldn't be an awful game, in comparison. Oath, though, only 3 kills, but 4 up, and this is very much their game plan. They're not going to get the circle so easily this time compared to the previous game. But this low ground actually gives them the possibility to sneak up onto 303. I'm looking at where 303 are looking at the arrows on the minimap, and they are aware of Oath's presence. They certainly heard the vehicles. But look at Dodge. Dodge are also going to start to pressure onto 303. They're going to have to fight off multiple teams at once, depending on the timing of the strike.
Yeah, and I mean, great call as well. Like you said, Dodge is also a good distraction for 303, and I think that Oath has been playing this. They've been continuing to monitor the position of 303. They're watching the edge of the zone. They're walking their way in slowly with the intent here, I think, to focus attack on 303, knowing that Dodge is going to lend a hand here. But here we go. Landoon, D-Rich watching the south. As you said, they heard those vehicles. So we're getting a 2-2 split now from 303, who have to focus not only on Dodge, but onto Oath. Oath is going to take those first shots there as Landoon and D-Rich pull back to try and help out Lush, who's been found out by D-Tech and Soup. And immediately, 303's, I think, play is starting to fall apart, and that is the opening that Oath is going to need to get into the circle here. But Livid, still a wild card off to the west, as they actually did take out what was left of wild card. You can see Snakers continuing to take a look out there. They want to get as much information here for Oath as we wait for that next circle to close. And Cameron, what are you seeing?
Well, it's another hardship towards Livid. I thought they were going to be in a really bad spot, especially after losing Caden to that brazen push by Lush, but they are going to get the circle. They have the high ground overlooking everyone. Everyone. You already saw them third, or rather fourth party the fight against 303. So 303,
yeah,
I appreciated
just picked
the
up a kill off
attempt for
Dodge
map
and as
control,
well,
but it was way too wide.
Yeah, Livid, sometimes you get gifted the circle. I think had the circle gone anywhere else but there, they definitely would have been in a tight spot. Only being 2-man, this is going to be very helpful to them. But with all 3 teams here in this southeast corner, Oath, who's been playing the long game, trying to get pushed up onto 303, I think they're going to struggle just a bit here if they can't take it a little bit further from now.
Getting thin is a good start, finding the angle on Monty. What can Monty do? I want to see Monty pull out the bolt action. You know, he really favors that weapon, but they're fighting off Elusive at the same time, so it's a dinner party here, to say the least. Then it goes down. The nade, I don't think is going to finish him off, but it is going to be the shots from Vostok. Krupp also goes down to Elusive. It's just Monty right now, spotted out, forced to prone, but 303 and Elusive are pushing in from all sides.
Oh, it is so crowded right here. Elusive, I think, helping aid in the destruction here of Dodge, but 303 not backing down just yet as we see D-Rich take the push. It looks like he has spotted out Fizzle, who's lied down prone. Elusive may not have been aware just how many people were this far south. They have been so focused on the hard shifts and what was going on to the north for a very long time, but Oath is going to use that opportunity now as a chance to take the high ground here from Livid. They know that this is really a thorn in their side that they have to take care of first before they can worry about the rest of the zone. But Soup is going to find out Snakers. Relo immediately returning that knock and flush as Oath now needs to try and focus on taking out what's left of Livid. Will they be able to get off that res? Stay 4-man strong, pardon me, as it looks like Balefrost now trying to find out what's left of Dietac. And here comes Elusive around the corner. So everybody right now playing for this high ground as the circle's getting closer and closer.
I would have expected Livid to have a little more cover up there, even if there's no trees, at least using the ridge, but only 2 members left. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised that they were forced to play a little conservative. I'm looking on the minimap. Dietec is pushing towards Fizzle, and he is going to go down, unfortunately. Livid go out in 4th place, but Oath, once again, end game, top 3 at the very least, a little lower on kills, but 4 alive. This is exactly what they wanted, but I'm surprised that 303 were also able to make it out of that with 3 up, and now what can they do, because Oath have the high ground. Undeniably, Oath have the best spot in this circle.
No, great read by Oath, taking that rotation early on. This is something that we've come to expect to them when they make it to those late rounds. Their IGLing is on key. Whoever is saying, hey, this is where the circle's going to go, this is where we need to be, they let off a fight when it's too early. They could have sat on 303 for a very long time, but instead chose to engage Livid. That was the smart play. You can see here now making it at the very least top 3 for this match, but 303 Esports with 6 kills. It's not going to make this easy for them right now. D-Rich continuing to look for Fizzle, who's the last player left for Elusive, with 8 players left alive. We're just coming to the end of Phase 8. It's going to be the center of this current circle. That little dot is where these teams are going to want to move from here, as we can see Oath starting to push off from the edge. They know that this engagement with 303 is going to be the last fight that will matter. Everybody aware of Elusive, but 303, I think, is their focus here. Oh,
Wolf is the key to Oath control right now, because the thing that they lack on the high ground is ability to leave it and go towards the center. And so Oath needs to hold position on that side angle to allow them access without 303 spraying them down. He was spotted, but he wasn't taken out. And they've instead pushed towards the north. They're getting close towards the last member of Elusive and Fizzle at the shack, and they absolutely know that someone's in there. It's obvious, even though that nade didn't just pop out of nowhere. Spit it out like those what are they, those little baseball machines that you practice with or you have for your dog.
And Snakers looks like his new job right now is to take care of Fizzle, trying to identify him. He's only got 1 smoke grenade left. Nothing else he could really throw in the shack to do some damage. So he's going to have to wait for the blue zone to get that push here for Elusive as the circle starts to close. 2.5 minutes until it gets to the center. Oath, meanwhile, trying to take that position here onto 303 as we see continue to push out. Smokes are out. Landune and Voxic pushed onto just the edge of the zone, but as Fizzle takes his focus onto Oath, it's going to be Landune that finds him a bit. Can't secure that much damage. The M4 is out. His vest is gone. And 303. Oh, there we go. No longer need to worry about Fizzle. It is just a two-team game, pardon me, through The Last of Us. 7 kills, though, for 303.
Frost finds D-Ridge. That's actually a really, really good opening. Now 4 versus 2. I don't know if 303 can even get close to start the revive because Oath are pushing forward. They got the knock. They know the numbers are on their side, and they want this win.
Oh, Voxic goes down. Balefrost. This is a good back and forth exchange, but there can only be one winner, and it is Oath. 7 kills here on match number 4. And we show that patience persists time and time again. What we expect to see them here. So really well played by all those teams. And you know what? Kudos as well to 303. We've really seen them grow through this weekend. I kind of was hoping maybe a little bit more from them, but that last little position of fizzle for Elusive, I think, made it a bit difficult for that final rotation and that final push for them as well out of the trees.
Yeah, and they did ultimately hold off the push from Dodge well enough. I expected to be a little harder for them. I didn't know if Oath were going to go towards their compound or, well, the circle shift did give them momentum to go towards the west. Again, it's another low kill win for Oath, but when you're taking them quite consistently, that's not a bad thing, especially when your only real threat went out in, like, what was it, 12th place with 4 kills? Like, Oath have got to be feeling very, very good right now.
I mean, Oath started this match just a little bit atop of shoot to kill. Shoot to kill going out early gave him a bit of breathing room. They didn't need to worry about overextending, racking up the kills. They just focused on one fight at a time, making sure that they were completely secure in their positioning, and it worked out well. I mean, this is what we want to see. Sometimes Oath falls to those second places. They just get a little bit too greedy. But no, this really worked well. It's what you want to see from them.
Yeah, and another Erangel, another military island circle, another crazy circle. We thought that we were going to get some nice ones because of that final Miramar match, but we got one more game left. I don't know how that game was going to lead towards the leaderboard, but ultimately, Oath have got to be in the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess we'll find out now what our analysts have to think about it as we toss it back to them.
What a game as we come back to the sexiest desk in PUBG. Oath puts up a sexy game, rotating. They started early. They went to Novo. They rotated around the south. They fought through the bottom. They backfilled constantly, and they came out with first place. They were ahead going into this one, Hypoc, and with SDK going out in 11th, it's hard to not see a world where they are lifting the big check at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is that creates a little bit of a gap now, and I mean, SDK got to switch something up. We said early on when we were talking about it, watching that back, that's the worst possible circle SDK wanted to see, and I guess the last of the 2 Erangel games. Unfortunately, losing out again, speculation as to what happened with Luke. I know we were talking about it, but. Unfortunate series of events, but great heads-up play from Oath. I think there was a big swinging point in that maybe took the back line there. When Lush gets that kill onto one of the Livid players, actually that opens up that entire hill for Oath to take control of. I think if Livid were a 4-man there, Oath can't push that for free the way they did. So Lush's kind of small input into that scenario is ultimately what gave an Oath to get a game-winning position.
Now, Poro, the first 3 of the days we've played today, the first Erangel game has been a military circle, which is wild. Talk to me about how challenging that is as we move to the highlights from the last game.
Highlights. Well, as you said, I mean, it is challenging, and as Hypoc touched on, it's absolutely the worst possible circle that SDK could hope for, given their looting spot. As we see Fable do a little bit of early work here. Meanwhile, Oath, they were looking pretty good from pretty early on. I mean, they came in Novo. They worked around south. They basically had the easiest early to mid game that they could possibly hope for here. Okay. Well, there you go. And that's how Oath wins it. So there's a very, very uncomfortable pregnant pause there, and I'm apologizing for that. But I mean, like you said, nobody likes to see a military circle, right? It's a pre-built excuse as to why you came up short. But I don't know, man. This one, I feel like SDK probably had a shot at it. They managed to get across. They managed to get a good spot on the bridge. It's unfortunate what did happen to Luke, but I mean, then they just got roasted by hardships when they tried to make the push.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think they played that well, moving up the hill. They got aggressive when they needed to. They did backfill through some areas in military that didn't have a lot of cover, but they did it when everyone was looking in other directions. So on the opposite side of that, STK, I don't want to say they got outright bridge camped, but the reality is they couldn't cross the bridge probably at the timing they would have preferred because both the Hardshifts and the Sonics, Hypoc, sat there and waited for teams coming in from the north.
Yeah, and unfortunate death for Shrimsy. I know checking Twitter, he wasn't too happy about that one. That actually ended up forcing Sonics slightly west to, I guess, take a boat or something. They managed to make their way under the bridge. I think I spotted them out in circle 2 or 3. But, yeah, I mean, the bridge is always just such a gamble, especially if you're not guaranteeing being there early. And it's just unfortunate that two teams have managed to get set up there.
Bridge is never fun. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Oath off of that match gets 17 whopping points, but a huge shout out to Livid. Despite only 4 placement points, they pick up 12 kills, Poro. That's pretty extravagant. Elusive with 14, 303 with 13, and it seems to me, Poro, that some of these mid-pack to bottom-pack teams are finally coming alive. Unfortunately, it's too little too late.
And that's kind of the thing, right? Whenever you see a circle that's like this, like a military circle or something that's just a little bit more wheels off than maybe what we're used to seeing, you always end up seeing these teams kind of towards the bottom or the middle of the pack. They just, for lack of a better word, end up getting lucky. And Livid, I mean, they had good position, and all due respect to them, they did manage to rack up the 12 kills. But at the end of the day, as you said, too little, too late.
I mean, the reality is that I think it was 13th, 15th, and 16th, were Exodus, the Sonics, and STK, the only 2 other teams in the hunt with Oath, and that's just bad news for everybody else as they're looking to get those points. Take a look at kills and damage. Fizzle and Jay All Day coming in at the top, tied with Soup for kills in that match. Ditac with 800 damage from Livid, coming out as the big damage dealer, and I think that's what my takeaway is these middle pack teams putting in some numbers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to put out 800 damage in one game and only convert. I don't know if those kills were stolen away or teammate managed to slip in the final blow or what, but it's impressive output of damage in one game.
Yeah, Ditac seems like he was a bit of the preheat as Soup came in and finished the job. He had 4 kills, but isn't showing up with more than 400 or 500 damage. So definitely a bit of a tag team play from those two. Let's take a look at the time survived stats.
There you go. Snakers and Balefrost now up at the top. Exodus, I guess all 4 of them removed from this top 5, but meanwhile, Wynn's going to still hold out up at the top there. Sonics, man, I don't know. It's going to be close here at the end of this game, but I just have not seen anything from Oath that shows that they have any real signs of slowing down. It's really just going to it's really going to depend on this last circle.
Like the bike messengers in New York City, they have removed the handbrakes and are just hurtling downhill, but seem to be in control the entire time. Luke 12, leader in knocks at 29. He did have a little trouble, but I guess if you play with fire at the level that this guy does, eventually you're going to get burned. STK did get burned pretty hard in that last match. Maybe they'll get lucky. Maybe it'll be a northern circle this time, Hypoc.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I'm secretly hoping for another milli-circle in the last game, but that's just
Why
me
do you
being
hate
me, and that's
steak
not
so much.
Well,
I'm telling you, you're giving them excuses already.
I wanted STK to win, so it's not that. I just want to see the milli-circles. But
Well, let's
as
look
we
at
look
the
at
stats.
yeah. Well, all I was going to say, it's not actually. I mean, it's not as close as I thought it was. That's a 20-point gap now. Again, this is going to rely on... I mean, Sonics is out of the run for first now. You got to say, mathematically, that is not possible, right? That'd have to be a 26-kill win, and Oath and Shoot to Kill go out with nothing. But, I mean, crazier things have happened, right?
Very true. Shoot to Kill does only 20 points back. That is doable. We saw Zenith, I think, get a 20-point win earlier this week, so it's possible. That said, very tall order, Porosaurus, for STK coming into this. Do they have the mental fortitude, the vehicular tenacity, the amazing rotational skills to come back and put up a 20-point banger right out of the gate?
I mean, I absolutely think that they're capable. I mean, we've seen this team have better games than that in the past. It's really, Joe, it's just really dependent on that circle. I mean, if it goes melee again, I don't know what they do. I mean, you got the team in STK that comes all the way from the north, and you got Oath that's down at the south. So the south usually ends up being a little bit more populated, so the rotations may be a little bit more difficult for Oath. But I don't know, man. It's 20 points. That's a lot of points to make up.
Hypoc, you see the plane path when you join the game now, right? Is there something to be said for the fact that they're seeing these difficult plane paths and still committing to their northern drop positions? Is that causing trouble for teams who are still doing that?
I mean, if you go somewhere else, you're only going to have another set of problems to deal with.
True.
There's a lot to be said about, you know, how, and we talk about in these established lobbies, how things are kind of almost like, I guess, predictable in terms of where teams are going to rotate. They know that, you know, X team is going to do X wrap on, and Sonic's come out of Pachinki this way on a western circle, blah blah blah. I think you're only dealing yourself another bad hand by switching things up. And at this point, unless you're going to commit to hot dropping another team and saying, well, we don't have to worry about that team if we drop and kill them. I don't think SDK is the sort of team that we would see hot drop Oath in the last game. But it's at this point, for me, this is when you want to see a team hot drop. They need Oath to go out with 0 points and outscore them by 20 points. So
I get that. In PUBG, you can have 99 problems throughout the match. Make sure your drop isn't one. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, it's time for the last match of the PCS Charity Showdown. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back to the big finale. We have played 19 games. There is one left to go on beautiful Orangles. It's time to see who wins the big show. Their chance to take the lead, hoist the check, and donate a massive amount of money to a charity that they truly believe in. Let's see which team can believe in their teammates and strive to thrive as they get to the top. We've seen Oath continuously prove that they are the Oath we thought they would be in Sweden, but fell short. This time around, they want to say they've got what it takes to finish. STK, though, is knocking on the door, trying to knock the monkey off their back that they've been suffering since their lack of ability to get to Berlin. That said, let's talk about what's happening right here, right now. Look at the format. You can see how the entire tournament went down, starting on Orangel and now finishing on it. That is the main thing you need to know. As they've played the same amount of games on these maps, they've had the chance to test their skills back and forth, and it all comes down to this right now. But what are they playing for? It is a big prize pool, $200,000 in cash, $100,000 of which goes to the top teams to share amongst themselves, and $100,000 of which they get to donate to whatever cause they truly want to support. What a unique opportunity. Another opportunity for them, though, is to take home the $25,000 grand prize as they prepare themselves to head towards the PUBG Continental Series that kicks off next weekend. All the teams that made it here to play this weekend will have a chance to represent themselves. Now let's see who will be representing all of us here on the panel for the final game of the PCS North America. Joining me at the desk is none other than Porosaurus, the denim delivery, the man with the Canadian tuxedo who will not be denied, and Hypoc, our British bulldog with the chest hair from heaven. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, doing great. I'm still not one more button down because there wasn't another Sonics win, but there's not going to be any Twitch ban tonight, luckily.
All right. You know what? If you want to get involved, guys, you can use hashtag PCS Charity Showdown to share your favorite moments of the day for or throughout the entire weekend. Follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram, as well as get all of your PUBG news at na.pubgesports.com. So what you need to do is probably go over to Twitter right now and hashtag PCS Charity Showdown. Spam one more button, and we can do it in chat as well, because that is the real dream, so that we can all be winners along with what I presume will be Oath. That last game set Oath up, Poro, for an easy shot to victory.
It certainly did. I mean, they now have built themselves a 20-point lead over Shoot to Kill. Now, that being said, especially recently, we've seen a lot of tournaments, international tournaments, high-level tournaments, where on the very final game of the day, an underdog team comes from behind and manages to take that first place away from the presumptive winner. So anything's possible at this point.
Now, let's take a look at the total leaderboard here in just a second, Hypoc, and you talk to us about what it says and what the chances are that somebody else may have a chance to raise that trophy. Very excited about the possibility.
Kill gonna come in?
Yep.
At all?
I don't know. I think at the end of the day, Shoot to Kill it's a long shot, though, right, Porosaurus, for them to pull it off. Sonics, I think that they are out of the race. We said that earlier. Hypoc brought up the fact that they would have to have a 23-point kill game in order for them to be in the mix. Yeah. So I guess maybe they can try it. The question is, and it always comes up at the end of a tournament, does Shoot to Kill try to bop Oath right off the gate, or is this something where you just play your game, Poro?
Man, look. At this point, Shoot to Kill has been in this damn position so many freaking times where they're in second place going into the last game, and something happens, and they just either they're right at the top, they have a shot at first, and they just don't come through. I mean, they've gotten one first place in their history, and that was in GLL Season 4 qualifiers for North America. All right, so all you SDK fans in the chat, I feel you, but you got to be realistic too, okay? They are a good team. They are damn capable of winning this. But it's going to require them to do something that they have not done in a long time, and that's to come through on this final game.
And here's the thing. So, like, in chat, they're going to say, well, they've come through, and they have come through, right? We can go back to London, where we saw them need to earn us an extra spot for North America at the Global Championships, and they did, right? They have a long pedigree of stepping up and doing the right thing, or the thing that represents North America well, but it's not a win. And the thing that kills me, Poro, is it doesn't matter if they're playing in a North American series or if they're playing at the best international teams in the world, they always seem to finish in the same spots, this sort of top 5, but not the overall winners. And I don't understand why that happens. And I guess if I'm passionate about it, Poro and Hypoc, it's because I want to see them win. Like, I believe in these guys.
They should.
They stay together. They've been a great roster. They've worked hard. Why isn't it happening? Yeah, maybe it will.
I mean, there's one other factor to consider, and this again, it's Oath have had a fantastic day, right? But we did see them draw a blank at the end of yesterday. They had 2 back-to-back 0-point games, and there could be a scenario in this final game where Oath do go out first with 0 points. It's absolutely not out of the running just yet. I mean, STK was my pick at the start of the day, and I still want to see them win it.
I'm glad you bring that up. Let's take a look. Let's take a look real quick as you finish this, because I know that our producer wants us to show those predictions on the bottom of your names. I chose Oath, okay? Yeah, because I've had trouble with STK in the past, so we'll throw that up there. Poro, who did you say you picked?
Shoot to kill. I've had the same pick since Thursday. I believed that they were coming into this hot, and I believed that this was going to be this was prime. This was set up really nice for them to take it. And coming into the final day, it looked really good. But what can you say? At the end of the day, today, Oath has done their job.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And Hypoc, who did you pick? And if you want to finish that thought about STK, I still want to hear it.
Yeah, no, all I was going to say was I picked STK for a reason, and I think that actually things are going to fall into place for them. Whether or not Oath go out with 0 points or they just end up out fragging them, I think STK they've definitely got the ability to do it, and I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for them.
So am
and I think but doesn't that just sum up STK in a nutshell? I feel like that's us. We're always rooting for them. And yet I feel like we're not cheering for them at the end of the thing. It's always somebody else. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The final game for the PUBG Charity Showdown for $200,000 in prizes is about to kick off on Erangel. It is going to be a barn burner, and it's going to be an awesome time. So settle in, put up your feet. It's time for Matchroom and Godspeed to be elite and take us through the final match of the day. Let's go, baby.
Weeks of competition have gotten us here to this point. It has been just a constant run of games, and now we are down to 1. And Godspeed, it is so damn close. I cannot wait until we start this up.
I'm hype, man. I mean, and this is truly a wonderful story to bring into the final game. We have Oath sitting at the top 20 points ahead, but STK is never, ever a team to count out. They can easily have a phenomenal game. They can get like a 10-15 kill win. Oath could drop another goose egg, which they did the other day. And all of a sudden, this 20-point lead can turn into an STK championship. I don't know if that's going to happen. Obviously, this is the last game of the day, so I'm really excited to see what stories are going to develop within here. But really, it is about these two teams, Oath and STK. Which one is going to bring out the best performance to bring it home? I don't know.
Here's the question. Right now, Shoot to Kill is in second place. They need 20 points to catch up to Oath. Back behind them, it's going to be Sonics. 16 points behind them. Do you take the gamble? Because usually whenever you see somebody decide to hot drop, it's whenever they feel they have a comfortable enough lead above those back behind them. Do you think 16 points is it? Do you call the shot?
No, I don't think you do. I think STK plays. I think they play their game plan. I think even Sonics, like, the thing is with these two teams, kind of not talking about Oath because they're sitting in first at the moment, is they're perfectly capable of getting the frags without having to hot drop or do something like very risky, especially for a team like STK in the position they're in. They haven't had like travesty games. They potentially had a bad game that Luke even saved for them getting second place and denying himself a point to Oath. So I don't think that, they need to do this drastic thing, and I think they need to stick to the game plan, do what they do best, which is play very well, rotate very well, communicate very well. Really unfortunate what happened, the other game to Luke, but like even with 3 or 2, we've seen STK with just 2 members rip the board up and get frags and even win games. So honestly, I think they just stick to their guns and they kind of go for their namesake and they shoot to kill. They play their game and hopefully they can win. I don't know. We'll see. I think Oath is in a very comfortable position. I think they're a very strong team, and that's why they're in first. And I guess we'll find out, Matt.
Well, I just keep getting these callbacks to the qualifying round right before we get to that last section whenever we go into Oakland, and we saw the hot drops coming out from shoot to kill. Maybe we'll see it again, maybe we won't, but this is it, the very last round. Plain Pat's going to be fairly friendly to everybody back over towards the east. Now it's just going to be our Western teams having a little bit of trouble to go with. Nothing too crazy, though. Should be comfort to get everything started. I know Hypox with me on wanting some crazy circles. Godspeed, you've been wanting some crazy circles,
I want a
too.
milli
Let's
circle.
see if we
I
get
want
one.
a crazy, out of control south side milli circle. I want just the most ridiculous, difficult to play.
Zarky.
I'm sure all the players hate me right now. Dude,
They
Zarky
always
is
hate us.
actually.
That's fine.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Zarky is my home. If I was to pick out like my home on this map and where my favorite place is, it's the Zarksters, dude. I love Zarky. It's super far out of the way. I've actually had the pleasure of looting it on multiple teams I've been on playing at this level. But speaking
We
of
wanted some
circles
spice.
that I
We
like
wanted
to
some spice.
see. Little Milton Power circle. How do you feel about that, Matt? That used to
I
be
don't
my
know. Is
home?
it going to be a fist fight? We'll have to see. I don't know how it's going to go down.
That's a tough callback, but I respect it.
I
So
had to
here's
bring
the
it up
thing.
at least once. Come on.
No. You're totally justified to do so. Here's the thing. It's a small chance, but this could actually shift to Novo, which would just be bonkers. And I know STK would hate that. At the same time, I still think they're a team that could potentially make it work. I don't know. We'll see where this one kind of goes. I also kind of want to see, if I'm being honest, some of the teams on the bottom start kind of not necessarily cannibalize themselves, but really start to play aggressive and use this last game as a platform to just try to frag out, man. I just want to see some wildness. But here is the big take as well, Matt. What team is currently poised to be in potentially the best position in this circle in the final game?
The circles love Oath. I don't know what they have done, but it doesn't seem to matter. Wherever they go, circles just happily follow Oath, no matter what part of the map they are in. So they get comfort food. They get to be right back in their home. Lots of water inside the circle, and everybody has to come to them. The story is set. This should be a good game for them. Now they just have to make sure that they perform.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the ball really is in their court, so to speak. I mean, they have the circle, they have the lead, they have a comfortable lead, although it's not, it's not huge. 20 points is a good lead, but at the same time, a team like STK or, I mean, even Sonics, I don't want to count them out just because I really love the story of them potentially getting like a 25, 6, 7 kill win. You know what I mean? Obviously, the roster is capable of doing so with Oath getting no points, but they're in a spot where realistically it's their tournament to lose.
Yeah. Everything, all the cards are going over to them. They're getting everything they could possibly want. Now the only problem with it is the fact that they have to be very careful. With the way that the circle is set, so many teams are rotating very early. They want to make sure to carve out some section of this circle. And you can see it's going to be Clueless looking back over towards 303. If Oath isn't careful, they could have a ton of teams just landing on their doorstep way before they expected. Clueless opting into playing this very quiet, trying to sit here and see if maybe they can catch something out, maybe get some type of trap. Nitrogen's feeding over some information. Not a lot of support from the other teammates really come over from Clueless, so 303 got to be able to get this pass pretty easy, and no hunt for kill points there from Clueless. I'm kind of surprised on that one.
Clueless is in 16th place with only I think like 67 points. I want to see some.
They're being
man.
gentlemen. They're trying not to rock the leaderboard.
Sure.
Look at that.
But
I
at the
respect
same,
it.
no, but no, that's the problem. Like playing passive or trying not to impact the leaderboard is actually, I think, a problem in and of itself. Like, if they would normally take shots at a team, I mean, obviously they don't know what team that is, right?
I'm hoping
they
that
should
they're not
still go
actually doing
for
that. I was making a sarcastic joke.
Sure, I'm just saying, I want to see some aggression, man. I want to see these teams really go for some rotation traps and just really play aggressive and show, basically, it's the last opportunity for this event, show what they're actually capable of, even if they're a team that has struggled, hasn't done as well as they would have wanted to. I mean, just go for it. Go for broke.
Oh, you can see this is what I was worried about. Relo trying to hold down this position by himself. Zenith comes in very, very fast. He has to get away from that. Luckily, he does have this hill he can use to get away. So, with the amount of time that Oath is taken trying to get their looting, they have to be very cautious. Looks like Relo should be able to get back to position just fine. He's got a little bit of cover coming in from his other teammates. Now, while everything is converging back in Oath's favor, no surprise, shoot to kill, still back over in Georgia Pool, not opting to rotate early, letting everybody else go ahead and go in first. Looks like they're going to be opting into playing towards Edge. So it's all on the home turf of Oath. They're going to have to hold this down and figure out how they're wanting to handle it. Because right now, we haven't seen them get too defensive yet. Not trying to really avoid any skirmishes, but they're just not really getting aggressive. I think that they're happy that the circle came to them, and they don't want it much more than that.
Happy is an understatement. I'm sure they're very ecstatic that they have the circle. I'm sure they also understand that they can't just throw it away. At the same time, I will tell you right now, as someone who loots Mill to Power and has had success here, this is probably my favorite spot in the circle to play, which is mini Milta. I think this is the most central position, but also it lends to give you some decent rotates. There's some nice terrain around this position to play. You have like a little mini plateaus set throughout. So this, I mean, if there was a position for them to play in a circle they were given, I think this is the one.
Well, we've seen plays galore happen throughout PUBG history around this location with those little hills that we're talking about back down towards the south. We've seen so many dips come into play and be big factors. Now, we do need to note how much of this is water. Clueless still looking back over to Sonics. Finally look like they have decided to take a couple of shots back over to him. H1 taking the touch of damage, but nothing too terribly aggressive coming out as the rest of the Sonics are rolling through. They're going to go ahead and take down Patrick, and that's a quick and easy pickup as they hop back into the vehicle and get dropped out of it. Got to be very cautious with that one. Nitrogen still holding back this angle, but Sonics do get stopped off of their push, losing Profi, and H1 is down, looking like they're trying to get back over for this res.
Yeah, and that's not ideal. Sonic's still in a position to get third and get a good chunk of that money in that prize pool, so they want to pick up win here and make sure that they recover what they can, as well as get a good amount of kill points. Shots coming out from Shrimsy, almost has it, but no, it ain't with the knock.
Don't forget, Dodge is back behind them, taking these shots into the rear side, but it's going to be Finna that actually connects with Mime, and Sonics is our first team out. 16th place coming up for them. I know they were in the hunt for it, but that is not the way to go out right now. Now it's all really coming down to how the rest of the teams up towards the top of the leaderboard are going to contend with this circle.
And I said I wanted to see something from Team Clueless, and I think that was a really good bait and trap. I mean, they lost one, but you know, a 4-for-1 is never a bad deal, especially in PUBG. Oh, but Pistol Time has to be careful. Shots, he can't actually get through the gap with the UAC. He almost goes down. He's going to be able to save himself. As we go over to Comets with a very strong position as well going into the circle.
Right now we're back down with Comets. To the south of them we have Hard Shifts. To the west we've got Exodus. And naturally to the north we've got Zenith and Livid that you can see there. Livid running that 2-2 split. Oath doing a good job on trying to make sure that they're getting a little bit more territory control. They want all of these hills. They want to make sure nobody can encroach into this area because look at the terrain around them. People can find little dips, slowly creep up on them. So they have to be very, very cautious. Almost all teams are inside the safe zone as the blue is about to close in. Shoot to kill is on the tail end of it. Looks like they're just going to play up towards the north as well as Illusion, the other team that is yet to come in. But Hard Shifts playing the other side of that, way back down towards the south. Not a lot of teams around them, so they can really just play right along the edge. New circle is about to pop, and I cannot wait to see what we've got in trouble. Please keep the spice going.
Oh, man. I just...
Yes!
Okay. So, I mean, it's going to stay on the mainland. Even still, though, that is a lot of water. Jeez, that's a lot of water to be in the circle. Very, very hard northeast shift, which means that SDK now knows where they need to basically start hedging their bets as they start to rotate in from the north, and I think this is kind of a good play for them.
This probably should work out. Most other teams are opting very center. You can see Wildcard now taking a couple of shots on the encroaching teams, trying to catch him as going through.
Nice
Good
play.
shots coming up from Keenan. Going to be able to take down McCoy. Looking back, just going for the flush. Has to be very careful. Now 2 points of aggression coming in from Radiance. Keenan's got to be very cautious as Rock not providing a lot of cover. Luckily, he does have the buildings that are right next to him. Batty looking on one side, Waldo on the other. Can't quite get the shots off, and Keenan does manage to make it to safety.
Keenan does make it to safety, but man, McCoy going down and They were currently in 9th place, so they could still potentially jump up the leaderboards, find themselves a little more prize money, and really just kind of prove to themselves as well as everyone else that, hey, we may have had a bad tournament, but we're still here to play. Wildcard is also in 8th place, so they're just right above Radiance. Another team that could potentially jump up and get a... Oh, Battylol going for a little bit of a swim here. Okay. Yeah, Wildcard, a lot of these teams in the middle, you know, hovering around 6 to about 10th, still have the potential to overtake each other and, you know, get a decent chunk of that prize pool, Matt.
So we have the Mermaid of Battylol doing a little bit of a swim right now. Back over towards the Lumberyard. You can see it's going to be Fabled and Team Clueless. Did a little bit of a reposition further up that hillside. 303 with their pass by Clueless just a second ago. You can see has now hold down those complexes along the Lumberyard area. No big rush coming out from any of these teams. They are actually toward the western part of the circle, given how, I guess, cruel this circle is. Now, the whole time we're talking about what's going on with Oath, I know a lot of our Shoot to Kill fans have got to be just biting their nails. Dodge, what are you doing? Finna just gets knocked right off that bike. Good spray coming up from Victor just to take him down so quick.
Yeah, Dodge, once again, one of the teams in contention to move up potentially a spot here. Find themselves in a very rough situation. Oh, my Lord. Wow, what a shot from Monty, though, and all that pressure behind the destroyed Dacia are going to find themselves stuck in the middle. This is a really rough spot. My goodness.
Up towards the north, I do want to point out Shoot to Kill has bumped into Illusion. Illusion did get a lead onto one of the members of Shoot to Kill, has taken him down, so they are now down to 3, playing around that Crater Prison location. Dodge still trying to get out of their situation. They've got comments off to one side of him, trying to get a little bit more space, but it's going to be another shot coming out from Pentalol to take down Monty, so it's just going to be Crop running for his life, praying he can make it into this Wizard Tower, and does manage to get it, but this is going to be his home for the rest of this game. I don't think he's getting out here anytime soon.
This is going to be indeed his home, Matt. I don't know. He can hope the circle comes to him. Maybe he snags some points here or there. But, yeah, he's not going anywhere for the time being. Meanwhile, you know, Oath, once again, just sitting very comfortable. They haven't had to move. They're trying to steal kills where they can. And we'll see if, we'll see if they are able to snag some kills, get some more points, increase the lead. STK, though, losing a player, I don't think it's detrimental, but it does hurt them, especially now as we look at it, like Purdy is fighting in the blue with the rest of Illusion.
Yeah, the new circle has popped and still staying right on top of Oath. It's like if there's a center of this circle, it is wherever Oath is. Shoot to Kill is going to have to continue their trek back down. You can see Melted Power getting a little bit spicy, as well as the Hardshifts have gotten a line back over towards the Comets. They do get a knock back over towards D-Treats, so Hardship's going to use this moment to try to make a push, get a little bit closer, find some type of opportunity. They do not like Comets being this close to him, especially around a very, I guess, open area of this map. They want to make sure that nobody can flank up back behind them, but stalling out just a touch, waiting for those smokes to come through. And yes, they should be able to come over here and get the res back over towards D-Treats.
D-Treats is quite a strong player to pick up as well. I'm really impressed, even though Comets has... You know, they've kind of fallen off a little bit or shaken up or what have you. I really like what this team still has to offer. I know this wasn't their best showing, but I think they're very strong still, and I hope they do continue with this roster, kind of fine-tuning it, so to speak, moving forward. And Hardships is another team I think we need to talk about.
Did you see his ammo? He had like near on nothing left there.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of ammo. But I think Hardships is a team, too, that, man, I had really high expectations for them. And just unfortunately, they, had a little bit of struggles this weekend. But overall, another strong team, I believe. And hopefully they can rack up some points here and maybe move up a couple positions.
Well, we talk about how it's always a follow-through of decisions. Shoot to Kill decided to go ahead, continue to loot up, wanted to come in, play that edge of the circle, but with these shifts moving away from him, you can see now is just constantly running up and forth. Sib takes a little bit of damage off this. Fable trying to move into aggressive spot. Gets a couple of shots back over, but Greg's shot does manage to take down Uncivil. 2 members of Shoot to Kill up. One of them is taken down to a little bit less than half life. Greg's shot's just going to go ahead, throw out the grenade. Luke 12 looking back over on this angle. Not going to be able to see it. Down to about half life as well, but it is Luke. He's connecting with a couple of shots, forcing Greg's shot away from that position. But Uncivil, I don't think they're going to be able to get over here in time. Gonna be a couple of Molotovs thrown down, but no! He gets shot down while trying to go for one, and then there was one. It's just Purdy Curdy, the last remaining member. You can see Illusions on one side, Fables on the other. This is really bad for Shoot to Kill. One hit point remaining right now, trying to cling to life. Outside and in the blue, gonna have to be very cautious with this just chain bandaging. Doesn't have any more to work with. Shoot to Kill. Purdy, what can you do from here on out?
No meds. He has nothing left.
Can he get it? No, he's got to be so cautious, and Shoot to Kill is out.
That's it. The only team potentially that could have had any sort of impact on this leaderboard has gone out in 15th place, which means that Oath has to be sitting there just absolutely soaring with excitement. And oh man, I will tell you, even though as someone who chose Oath, I'm still an STK fan, man. I still love those guys, and to see them go out like that, man, that is devastating. But what a crazy finish for them! What a crazy finish!
In the end, the Ironmen do end up snapping their fingers to take down the raid bosses around them, but they don't get the win themselves. We do have Shoot to Kill out, Sonic's out. Just back behind that's going to be Exodus that needs too many points. They'd have to kill everybody in the lobby, and I don't even think that would be enough.
They need, if my math is not mistaken here, I believe 56 points. If they
looks right to me as well.
Challenge Oath, which I'm just going to be honest, I don't even think those points are available here at this point.
Yeah, well, you have to remember, we're at 47 live right now. 4 of them exist, so math isn't there. Now it's just a matter of what's going to be going on for our other positions, as Oath is very comfortable towards the center. They're just watching right now, and they have to be ecstatic that when the kill feed right.
I just really wish that we could hear Oath's comms, if I'm being honest right now, as soon as this is going out. But it's not over. There's still a game going on. Still teams that can potentially, my goodness, juxtapose themselves up the leaderboard. So we still got to see what's going to happen here.
Number of knocks coming through. Luke 12 up at 29. H1 Proppy back behind them. Then it's going to be Vegas. Meanwhile, 303 holding down. Very nice little military trench there. Got the sand. Oh, trying to take a couple of shots on the other side of this, and that's going to be real bad for Illusion as they sent it into a very dangerous location. Nitrogen still hanging out right up on top of that spot. And it looks like he's pretty comfortable. The Hardships still continuing their push back towards Comets, getting closer and closer, but this has been a very long push coming out from them. Molotovs galore coming down. And can we talk about how awesome it is to see so many Molotovs being used? By God, these things are so fun to watch.
Mollies are ridiculous. I mean, they've always really been strong, but they're really coming to the forefront of this meta. Shots coming out like Cantaloupe's gonna knock. Beautiful snap. Can he get a second, a third? No!
Now it's just on to Victor on one side of this. He actually's on a little bit of life. The other members of Hardships not in a position to really help out, so that's going to go back over towards Comets. And I believe they should be able to get away with getting both of these reses. Yeah, look, Maluk's way off over there. Chubba's in a little bit of a shack right next to the gate, but not a lot can be done, so he's just going to kind of chill here. Comets do manage to defend it up.
I wonder what... Oh, man. Oh, and Luke is actually just going to take out the last member.
Luke's just been back there taking out everybody on Radiance, yeah.
Well. Yeah.
3 kills.
So I'm curious what happened there. Maybe Radiance was kind of gatekeeping the rotation from the other two members of Hardships for them in order to consolidate, because that was a very split fight. I mean, while Maluk was fighting Radiance, which he did take out, Comets was pushing the other two members of Hardships. So a little bit of maybe a miscommunication or just mistiming that they couldn't actually get back together and fight as 4.
So Comets got firm control over this area right now, with actually a little bit of help from the Hardships. So they're offhandedly thanking Maluk without knowing it. Really, we do have a new circle that's about to pop, still continuing to stay on Oath, but that's no surprise given the fact that, I mean, they're pretty centered up inside of this one. Now it's a lot of our teams on the outside, but do notice Taylor J's positioning. He left the other members of Exodus and is pretty close to Oath's location. Exodus could have a very big game and really cement their position as well, but it's going to be a very dangerous cross if they decide to commit to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a dangerous cross indeed. Comets, looking at the last member, we're checking in with Crop now, who had found himself in this this Wizard Tower quite a while ago, as he's still stuck there. And Comets kind of have to push. Not only do they have to push over here, but that cross, as you said, is going to be very difficult. They could wrap here, but it's going to take a little extra time. I don't know. Maybe if they had started this a little earlier, it would have been better. But we'll see what actually works out for them.
Well, if they do wrap down, they get to fight the other members of Hardships that they didn't get a chance to kill quite yet.
Sure.
Meanwhile,
Sure.
Exodus did manage to make their push back over, firmly regrouped and letting Oath do a little bit of control over the area to keep them safe. Just to the south of it, it's going to be Elusive that's moving forward back towards Exodus's position. Off towards the west, 303 is also making their way inside the circle, as Wildcard has to be a little bit careful as they're running kind of close to their position, with Zenith holding down one location as well, pretty centered up.
Yeah, Wildcard could potentially, I think they're one of the teams I was talking about earlier. I mean, they could jump up in points here and steal a position or two, depending on how well they do. 303 finds themselves in a little bit of a pickle as they're on the kind of northwest side of this this hill coming down off of Lumber. This is a good spot for now, but it's very difficult, I will say, to get off that hill once the circle shifts off it, if it indeed does shift off.
Well, Comics tried to make their push through an open area, do get spotted out, take a couple of casualties. They do manage to take one more member of the Hardships with them. Maluk, still alive and kicking, though, has managed to make it inside the safe zone, while the Comets have not yet. And Oath looks like they have an idea on where Comet's going to be trying to approach from, and in a firm gatekeeping position with very clear sight lines. Victor, you're in some trouble. That blue's coming up back behind you, and there are not a lot of good options to go, especially on foot. I mean, 3 members of Oath looking back over.
No,
that's going to be done real quick. Comets out
done.
in 10th.
Yeah, and I mean, Comets had a difficult push anyways, whether it was crossing where they did or even going for the rotate. Had they even gone earlier, like I suggested, I don't even know if that really would have helped them much. They just didn't have the vehicles to really get across where they wanted to, and oh my goodness! Wildcard! Out of there!
It's
in 9th.
It's this wide open terrain. There's like such clear sight lines, and everything is just turning up Oath. These guys have so much control over the circle. New circle pops. No surprise. Still staying on Oath's location.
Yeah, like I said, Mini Milta is my favorite place to play from in these circles because it does tend to favor it in some capacity.
It does, yeah.
At least towards the end. Oath is just snagging kill after kill, and I also want to remind you and everyone else, this could potentially be Oath's 4th win in the day, which is just ridiculous.
When you want to win, you got to prove that you need it, and they managed to show up today without a doubt. Livid still got all 4 of their members up, sitting on 2 kills, trying to get a little bit more control back over towards the southwest, where Zenith is still running that 2-2. Might be a little bit dangerous, but let's be fair. It'd also be kind of dangerous to regroup at this point, so just trying to hold this down. It's going to be shots coming out from Elusive that do manage to take down Ditech on his approach. Elusive still trying to figure out how they're going to make approaches. They have Exodus that's in a gatekeeping position towards them as well. And let's be real. Anybody that has to make a push back over towards Oath having a high ground position while Exodus holds a low ground, that's got to suck. But if you got buggies, maybe you can just send it. Zenith looking back over towards 303, trying to catch a couple of shots. Zenith trying to get back into that defended location, and 303 managed to get away with a very risky play.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't really feel like they had many other options. Like, they kind of just had to go for it, and they did, and it worked out, so hats off to them.
Sometimes that's what you got to do when no good options exist. Just take what you can try to carve out of the circle, and it pays up big for 303 as they do manage to get away with that safely. But on the other side of that, Exodus does get taken down, so that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now down at this point. Oath still sitting in a very comfortable position. No surprise at all at 191. I think the question is now, can Oath break that 200 mark? As that's the new thing I'm kind of starting to root for. Livid hanging out around the smokes.
I mean,
everything's starting to settle down a touch.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting close to the 200. Livid is in a fairly good position here, though. I definitely wouldn't count them out as well. Nox coming out from Zenith onto 303's Lush in that tower as they are split. If they decide to push this, I don't think that would be the worst idea, but at the same time, it is still risky, especially with the cover from that 2-story red there. And I think Zenith is just going to chill. They're going to continue to put a lot of damage onto 303, and they're going to hold their position quite well.
Well, out of everything going on, Zenith should be 100% aware that it's just 2 that made the cross, because they got to watch the buggy and very fast motion roll right by him.
Sure.
Oath doing a good job of using the terrain pieces around here, trying to make sure that they get a little bit more elevation, as well as those walls. You can see it's just a defensive barricade, as anytime somebody looks back over on this angle, it is so dangerous for any team. Oath still just strangleholding the circle as we're about to have the new one pop. Gonna still favor back over towards Oath's location, and everybody except for 303, oddly enough, Illusion up towards the north, and Oath now gonna have to figure out how they're gonna make it into the safe zone.
Well, I'll be honest, if Oath can just take care of the last two members or the last couple members of Illusion there across the street, they can play that that ridge right in front of them, which is a very, very, very strong ridge to play. So as long as they can kind of do something about this, maybe get a knock, they're not going to find it. Still Ranger up, 3 for Illusion. They can use their vehicles as well for cover. There's enough on kind of the south side of that ridge as well they can play to kind of avoid the sight lines and line of sight rather of Illusion from this area. So we'll see, but they definitely have a very strong position still to play as Zenith, before I could even finish my sentence, completely finish out Livid with the help of Oath.
Well, now the only problem that remains next to them is going to be 303 and how they want to handle this. If they're paying attention to what's happening in the kill feed, they would have seen one of the members get knocked. And yeah, it looks like Mystery said, hey, that might be the guys at this wizard tower. Let's go for a play. And he goes down with it. But Kickstart does manage to make it back over inside the wizard tower. So up above him is going to be 2 members of 303. Slow crawl coming back over. 2 other members trying to provide some type of cover. But this is going to be a very risky res if they opt into going for it.
No.
They are going to get away with it. Voxic tries to come down and go for a play. Now it is just Lush.
And I'm not sure if it was a grenade or something that caused Voxic to jump out, but I mean, he just jumped out right into view of the members of Oath, so that was an easy knock for them, as Mystery is actually going to get picked up. This is huge for Zenith. They could overtake 303 in these leaderboards and potentially take 4th.
Look what we got going on. Oath, we've seen this happen several times with them. When they start feeling control, they're going to use that capital moment. They're going to try to find the angles. A little bit of exchange going back and forth between both people inside the wizard tower. But Oath is now approaching from the south on this, on the backside of Zenith, while they're still trying to fin this up. We have kind of an awkward little fight going on as everybody's trying to hold different angles to protect their members inside that wizard tower. But it's just a constant exchange of damage. Zenith looking like they're starting to finally do a little bit more damage control, but 2 of their members are trapped out inside the blue right now. Illusion, just hearing everything that's going on as Zenith finally opts into making their push.
Yeah, but they should make it, though. Those knocks coming out for Roth were actually massive and buying them some room or some space in order to move forward towards that wizard tower. Meanwhile, Oath is also setting up on the east side on that ridge to start to really take control of the rest of the circle. And realistically, Zenith only need about 3 more points with maybe a wipe of 303 to clinch on to 4th.
Well, you can see that we had Illusion that's right next to 303, flanking around back behind them at this point. Oath's kind of got their line of sight back over towards Zenith, though. Oath has moved out into a little bit more of an aggressive position, really claiming about half the circle at this point. In very fortified positions. It's everybody else that's going to have to figure out how they're wanting to move around these different positions, and are all crammed up next to each other. Zenith actually in a very fortunate position as the other 2 teams, 303 and Illusion, right on top of each other as slowly and steadily we're seeing an encroachment over. Look at Ranger moving right into position next to D-Rich, just waiting to see how 303 is going to play this, and 303 has got to be very, very careful or they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I'm going to be honest, regardless of which team wins this little skirmish, it's just going to be a firing squad waiting for them between Zenith and Oath. So realistically, this is a battle for 4th and 3rd.
Oh.
Icy Flex. Oh, he's just going to go down to the blue.
Oh, Illusion was trying to go for that push. Do get spotted out. That's going to be Oath that's kind of gatekeeping and holding that point back over for 303 and giving him a little bit more control. Landoon hears everything that's going on, but not really making a play quite yet. Roth does jump down, tries to go for a play on top of it, but yep, that's going to be Illusion getting eliminated. 303 still comfortable inside of their house.
They are comfortable. They have a little bit of a ridge to play in front of them, but even just getting there is going to be a challenge as Landoon is looking for any sort of angle that he can find, and that's pretty much going to be it. This is going to be the final circle as Zenith jumps up. Could 303 potentially do something here? Can they even scrounge together the points to stave off Zenith?
Oh, D-Rich goes down
I don't think
to the
so,
blue,
and that's it.
That's it. They get taken out, and now we have a firing line between Zenith and Oath. 4 members up on both
fight.
sides, and damn,
It's a very
Oath,
good fight.
11 kills in this round. These guys just don't know when to quit. They want every single point they can possibly muster. So, on one side of the hill, we've got Zenith starting to move a little bit more aggressive. Smokes coming out, long-range tosses on, it looks like Molotovs,
I like
trying
this.
to go after Wolf.
They're isolating
Meanwhile,
Wolf.
Snaker's
Yep.
playing low. Yeah.
They're isolating.
Oh,
Ooh, nice
big
grenade
knock
from
comes.
Reload. That's huge.
Now we've got
also
Zenith
lit
starting to make
up.
their push up and forward. Another one goes down. That's 3 members of Zenith out. Are Oath going to pick up the last game in addition to the entirety of the tournament? They feel like they've got this running up into the smokes. Goes for the spray, and Oath cannot be stopped. 15 kills and a huge performance to finish it out.
You know, I was going to say, after seeing STK go out, they easily could have kind of rested on their laurels and chilled, but no, they wanted to win and really stamp out their victory with just, not only the victory of the game, but of the tournament, with just a statement. Like, we are Oath, we are here to play, and damn, that was impressive. Oath is
Balefrost
insane.
walking away with 7 kills that game. And by God, if you are not an Oath fan, looks like you're going to have no choice from this point forward. These guys are so dominant whenever you watch them play.
Yeah, and a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, they got Circle. At the same time, like, again, I made this point earlier in the tournament, is yes, they got Circle, but look what they did with it. Look how many kills they were able to find, and look how smart they were able to play with their rotations, their timings, the way they were split and watching different sidelines. Like, I mean, that is, to me, almost a masterclass of, like, really how to just play the position that you're given, an advantage that you're given to its absolute fullest potential. And they killed it. I mean, they
How
killed
often
it,
do we
and
see
Oath
people-
has destroyed this event.
How often do we see people that get Circle and all the fighting goes on around them and then they walk away with like 4 kills? I mean, we saw it earlier today, as a matter of fact. Oath, whenever
Yeah.
they get the Circle, they use it, they contain, they force everybody to reposition around them, and then they move out of the Circle. They actually
Right.
moved out 2 of their members out of the safe zone to start going and hunting for Zenith towards those end sections. So great performance coming out from those guys. I was a little heartbroken to see really the first 2 teams. Out of all the teams to
Yeah.
watch go down in 16th and
It was
15th, it
unlucky
had to
to
be
watch.
those 2.
It was unfortunate to watch. At the same time, I also want to give it up to Zenith, who were able to climb up the leaderboard in that last game, getting second place, getting a good amount of kills on their own as well. I think they had 7 going into that last fight with Oath. But overall, Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for casting with me. Thank you to all the casters that casted with me, as well as PUBG, for throwing this out. That's going to be it from us. Let's go back to the desk to finish off the broadcast.
What a day! What a day! What a game! Oath comes out with a 15-kill banger. They got the Circle, but like the boys pointed out, they weren't just hiding in the basement waiting for kills to come to them. They went out and found those, and you got to respect it. 4 wins on the day, Poro. We played 5 games. That's that's something.
Yeah. I don't want to hear anybody in chat talk about like Circle luck bullshit. Like, I really do not want to hear that. Like, they came in day 1, 39 points, 63 points on day 2, and on the final day when they're 6 points behind coming in, they win 4. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it. Oath absolutely deserves this win and absolutely dominated here on the final day.
What are your thoughts, Hypoc?
Yeah, I think Matt nailed on the head. They're probably the last 2 teams you want to see go out in the way they did in the final game. And we actually made a comment about the Millie Circle being the last circle STK wanted to see, right? That was probably worse than the
Second
Millie
to
Circle
last.
pop for them when they saw that. But again, I don't know what the game plan was there, losing Halo. And I'm not saying, it was very much winnable, but we could kind of tell as soon as Halo dies at that compound, they're kind of playing in a weird way. They're not in the STK confidence zone that we see them dominate in, but you can't take anything away from Oath. What an insane performance today from Oath.
I'm sure they were frustrated. That be as it may, Oath plays very well. STK probably going to get second. We'll see in just a moment. But first, let's take a look back at that match and how it played out. Poro, highlight time.
Highlights, here you go, Fabled. They're going to put a little exclamation point on the end of their tournament here, getting a couple kills there. Hella actually had a really nice tournament for herself. I'm going to see if Fable can turn things around here in the future as we check in with 303. did they do enough to hold off Zenith from their spot? Hypoc, man, I don't know.
It's going to be close, that's for sure. It's going to be very close. But again, Matcham and Godspeed touched on this. Just look how active Oath are. Just, again, yeah, circle gifted, whatever. But look at them. They're not sat there. I mean, Rello and Balefrost in this last game was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, just complete control of the area around them, and then here the final push onto Zenith. This was so. They knew it. They knew that they're better. This is an absolute confidence push here, and hats off to Zenith for making a run here in the last game. But at the end of the day, you're just not stopping Oath at this point. Like that is confidence coming out from those boys, and they earned it.
It is, and I checked in with Wolf at the end of the match, and he's asked if there's anything, any thoughts he wanted to relay. We're not going to have a chance to talk to them today. He said, it just feels good to finally win. I know that Wolf has been a player who's been around for a long time, with Endemic and other groups, trying to sort of put the recipe for success together, and has been frustrated, trolled by others. I mean, there was even a meme going around, imagine a winning team with Wolf on it, and they finally managed to put that together. And Hypoc, as somebody who's played at this level before, that's got to feel pretty good when you're sort of a team that's been pushing for a win in a big event and you finally get your hands on it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no better way to bounce back. And again, I'm not salting the wounds, but no better way to bounce back than that GLL performance, right? To come back and look this good after the most recent memory of your team being such a poor performance at a LAN event. Yeah. That's got to be the best feeling ever for them.
Let's take a look at the overall standing, or not the overall, just the standings from that match and see how they turned out. Right now, Oath picks up 25 points, 15 of them from kills. Poro, take me through this board.
Well, there you go. I mean, Oath, obviously they got a little bit of circle up, but as Hypoc said, as Matchup said, you can't just sit back and rest on your laurels. They could have. They could very easily have just stayed there and just said, you know what, we could just sit here and turtle up and be fine. But no, they didn't. They controlled the area around them, made sure nobody crashed that compound, managed to get 15 kill points on top of it. But look at the spread throughout everybody else. It is going to be real close for a lot of these positions lower down on the board.
Now, these are the kills and damage top 5 from that match, Hypoc. And again, Oath just shows that not only are they yes, they got the circle, but they put out a ton of work.
Yeah, and this just all just equates to pressure, mid-game pressure, forcing teams away from the fence, on the walls around Mill to Power. It's just, it's absolutely fantastic to see a team make the most of a game they should win.
Just want to point out as well.
Wow. Go ahead.
I just want to point out as well, Relo, that's the second game he got over 1,000K in damage. And I think he's the only one that was able to do that this entire tournament. But there you go. Time survived. The entire Oath squad. Not surprising to see him up there. Snaker's going to be leading the way with... He actually got 11 minutes more than Balefrost. Yep. Look at that, Snaker. I mean, you're a liver.
We heard Cameron a lot talk about sort of the next Tempo Storm maybe going forward. And I'm starting to wonder, the thing that made Tempo great, in my opinion, was they found the right recipe of 4 players who worked together inside and outside the game. Personalities, everything complemented each other. Looking at these boards, knocks, kills, damage, the way that they played, the replays, we saw sort of Snaker's tweet out the other day, stuff like that, is starting to make me feel like this is a team that may have found that recipe of 4 personalities that have sort of found each other, and it looks good. I don't want to go as far as say they're the next TS, but they look like a strong future ahead of them.
They got a long way to go to catch up with the accomplishments that Tempo Storm put out last year, but this is definitely a good step in the right direction. And look at that, 206 points, 6 chicken dinners, 118 kills. They absolutely earned this win.
A glaring victory for Oath, but don't forget about Shoot to Kill. Sonics coming in second and third. Not anything to be mad about. Shoot to Kill, I know, has had kind of a monkey on their back when they got talked about constantly at GLL for their situation going towards the Berlin playoffs. That said, they played very well. They had a tough order. They've had some issues come up throughout this tournament that they had no control over, whether that's circles or connections or whatever it is, Hypoc, and they still performed very, very well. We can't take that away from them.
No, you can't. And then the games where we saw STK kind of excel and they look fantastic. It's just I don't know. There's a bit of inconsistency showing, and I don't know what the actual fix is. But just again, looking at the leaderboard, shout out to Zenith. They actually passed 303 there in the last game.
Yeah.
Again, tied up, but they take it on the kill points tiebreaker. So that was an interesting scenario coming out there with the two 303 members going down to blue. I guess they were doing the math as well. They were like, we gotta die to blue here if we don't want to pass this. But unfortunately, they tied up. So. It's going to be... I think actually it was it Mystery desperately going for a flush at the end there? Rello picked up all 4 kill points onto Zenith, but I think Mystery was like desperately trying to flush somebody at the end. So we say it always comes down to 1 or 2 points, and it makes a difference again in this case.
I think a takeaway for me, guys, is that looking at that leaderboard, remember, there was a large break going up to this. We've had some other tournaments, but people have been doing other things, taking time off. To have some of these teams in the top show such strong solidification, to sort of pull ahead so aggressively, to put up some moments of brilliance, I think this gives me something to look forward to going to the Continental Series. I think if you were to say take our top 3 to 5 teams and throw them international play, with another month or two, these guys are going to be ready to really throw down out there. And to me, that's the best thing to come out of this tournament, is that signal that, you know what, North American PUBG has got some chops. It just needs to get refined, and these new rosters need to really sync up with each other.
I'll let Hypoc answer that one.
You're gonna let the EU guy answer that? Well, I decline to comment.
Yeah.
Let the
I'll
NA
agree with you.
fanboy take it. Let that NA fanboy take it.
I'll agree. Some good signs. Definitely some good signs of life here. But there's still a lot of work left to be done. I mean, the Korea-China region is so ahead. EU still ahead. APAC is starting to catch up now. Now, it's possible for NA. It is absolutely possible, but they need to start taking these things seriously to get in here. And the fact that we have a nice league set up now, and people actually know, okay, we've got this going into the future, like that is a huge thing, and I can't thank PUBG Esports enough for being able to put on these PCS tournaments.
Now, that said, guys, if you think that you've got what it takes to help bolster the North American scene, if you're the next talent that's yet to be discovered, it's your chance to show it now. It's time to drop in for the Challenger Series, guys. You are almost out of time. May 25th is when the registration's close, so head over to GLL right now. Get your team signed up and go through the contenders group to see if you've got what it takes. Also, remember, you can use hashtag PCS, the charity showdown, to share your favorite PUBG moments from day 4 or throughout the tournament, and follow us at PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to get all your PUBG news. Go to na.pubgesports.com. It's been a heck of a tournament. I talked to Wolf and the guys a little bit 5 minutes ago or so, and they said they're currently looking at COVID-19 food banks as their charity. So they're looking to find a good organization to support there. They win, remember, $100,000 that they can choose a charity to give that to. So good to see, I would say a relevant charity and a good cause to be supporting in these difficult times. Guys, give me your final thoughts or maybe give me your highlights from today, and then we'll talk maybe a little bit about your predictions and whether or not they came true. No? Okay, never mind. Give me your final thoughts. You know what? Everybody wants to go home. It's 11 o'clock here. Take away from the tournament, Poro.
Congratulations to Oath once again. Good to see that those boys are already looking at the charities that they're looking into.
All right, thanks for watching, guys. My name's Toppins, and joined by Poro and Hypoc on behalf of the whole team. Thanks for spending your time with us. Play more PUBG.